What's up? That's right, you don't write down the rules. So you use them for fun. No, you don't use them for fun. You use them as empty threats. Detect botting if you watch in 144p. I don't know what YouTube detects, so just like lurk and have fun. Hello, Jonathan on YouTube. Vile force of likers. I appreciate the vile force of likers. Speaking of a vile force of likers, chat, before we start playing, you guys can say hi YouTube if you want. But if you haven't, you should go subscribe to my blog. It's a weekly newsletter. And on that weekly newsletter, I send out a roundup once a week of everything that I've uploaded in the previous week, as well as little writings and things that I'm interested in. And it is going to become a Patreon alternative, which I'm going to start pushing over the next couple of months. So, alternatively, you can just subscribe to the free tier, which is all it is right now, which is just going to be a weekly update on what I'm doing. But I do recommend checking that out, if that's the sort of thing that interests you. But we, currently, are going to go play some Dwarf Fort. OG Best Boy, Dominoc, Gazoom, hello. It's good to see you. You wanted to be sassy in the YouTube chat, but thankfully YouTube is a stable site, so it's not loading. Ah, gotcha. Right. So true story. YouTube used to not load on my computer at all. Like, I would literally, if I wanted to load a YouTube stream, I'd have to load it and then just like get up and walk away for a minute and then come back. And now that I'm on Linux, it doesn't matter what web browser I'm using. I click the button and it loads. It's kind of weird. Like, YouTube runs a lot better on Linux. Or maybe it's just Firefox on this computer. I don't know. Because Firefox on the old computer definitely didn't load it quickly. All right, so I've built some nonsense. We have a fountain in the middle of the river now. But we're under attack. So the first thing I need to say is this is, Elfie, if you're in the chat, you can make naming dwarfs available if you like. Otherwise, I'll do it in a minute. The named dwarves in the fort are Animal, Cave Johnson, Creed, Cyan Corp, Deep Sea Fishin', Diamond Destruct, Dominoc, Eric Edict is the name of that one, Elfie Bean, Indiridius, Jezza, Mini Big Boss, Napalm, Noto Casa, Percussive Giant, and Red Octo Bear, Salvadaddy II, Shadow Absorber, Shy Phantasmita, and Skywell, as well as UGDPY and Ulfsire. Dulkin would like a Dwarfton. Which dwarf would you like? We have quite a few now. Any preferences? Oh, gifting YouTube a dwarf. Okay. Let's go with the first name that isn't a Twitch regular that I don't recognize. Actually, okay. So, YouTube, guess a number between 1 and 10. We'll do that. JJ got it. Number 9. I was sitting on 9. So I'm going to give a dwarf to JJ. Because the numbers guessed were 6, 7, 4, 5, 9. Then 12. Well, then 12. So, chat room, since this is a gifted one, what kind of dwarf do you think JJ is? Drowned while petting a kitten. I vaguely remember that. Prosectra. The cheesemaker? This one? Not the cook? Slightly pissy cook? We could let him cook, though, and see what he says. YouTube chat says give him a child. How old is Domas? Domas is 10. Good to Domas. Yeah, you were followed by an army of cats, and then you got washed off the edge into the water. I do recall this, yes, Prosectra. JJ is Values perseverance and is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. Is not particularly interested in what others think of him and is curious and eager to learn. Finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He does not often experience strong cravings or urges. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He is quite ambitious and he is often lustful. He tends to reveal personal information. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He gnaws on his cheek when he's excited and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors and values a harmonious existence. He likes selenite, aluminum, clara opal, dingo leather, crow tooth, millstones, and donkeys for their stubbornness, and the sound of the ivory diamond, and the sight of the poetry of mothers, and when possible prefers to consume sunberries, tomatillo wine, 2-grain wheat flour, and coffee cherries, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Percussive giant and Ulfsire is the parents, and he's friends with Mini Big Boss. He's a member of the South Creed. He's never killed anything, and I think he's in a pretty good mood, too. Yes, he is. All right, so we need to make a Crafts Dwarfs Guild, which is called the Musical Guild. Interesting name, okay. And I need to figure out where to put that, but we're also being besieged. Now, this is an enemy siege. It's not a huge siege, though. So, what I'm thinking... Because chat, I think, wants me to just drown them, right? Try and drown them in the river. Honestly, that's going to be really difficult right now. So I think probably what I should do first is just assign everybody to this. And then... You know, I'm one of those too, Lord JJ. Except I just delete every single non-completely vital email. But I do have like 16,000 emails in my Gmail or something. But for this Vile Force of Darkness, which is like not going to be huge. Let's just unpause the game. Yeah, we're just going to fight these guys, I think. But we are going to start getting bigger sieges pretty soon, probably. The problem is we don't actually have a particularly good squad. It's gonna take us a little bit to get everybody up here. And I also don't really have enough weapons. On the bright side, Deep Sea Fishing has a weapon. Jezza does. Diamond is getting their weapons. Snatchers are in. So here comes some Snatchers. This is Osun World Witches. And that's... I wonder what this god is. INNU? I'm just kind of curious, because I haven't seen that at all. Let's make a rock statue. Just a singular statue. I'm just going to set this to 1. Make a single rock statue. And let's make an image of this god. Wait, what? Oh, I see. I said IINU instead of INNU. It's a deity of the Confederation match and takes the form of a female human. So it's the god. It's a human god of speech. Is what they worship. Even though they're in the civilization, the Deceiver of Depressions, which is a goblin civ. Okay, here come the goblins. Dwarves are doing their damnedest to get above ground quickly. They're coming towards us. The first of the dwarves show up. It's Creed and Cyan Corp. Well, I'm actually going to back up a bit. Not sure why you went down there, but... Are you running away? Nope, you're just standing there. All right, well, it appears that Creed is braver than the rest of us, so we're gonna tell the dwarves to go up here. Creed specifically, Teal Gear, of course, has no friends or passing acquaintances. When did you get here? What? You've been here forever and you have no friends? That is impressive. Anyway, is an adequate hammer dwarf and is currently fighting with this goblin. Bolts go flying out and probably a bunch of them just hit him. Yeah, so got hit by two silver arrows. Both of them hit them. And the hammer dwarf does still bash the goblin with the silver warhammer, fracturing the bone. So is doing more damage to the goblin than they're doing to her, but still. As for these dwarves back here, we just need them to come around the corner. Creed is in a martial trance now and dodging pretty effectively, regardless of the flesh wound. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck for this dwarf? The hammer dwarf bashes the goblin crossbowman in the right lower arm with a silver warhammer, and the injured part explodes. So this is our hammer dwarf currently. He's just like, dodging around in between things and actually managed to take out a goblin with that hammer without any armor. Has actually killed Toad now by bashing the goblin in the head with a silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain. Very typical warhammer death. Continuing to dodge in between the goblins. Is still in a martial trance, which is very much the only thing that's keeping this dwarf alive right now, is continuing to dodge around the place. Up here we have the Cyan Corp, who's now in the fighting as well. This one isn't in a martial trance and does manage to bash the goblin in the foot. Right here we have Jezza, who doesn't feel anything while in conflict, who is in love with Red Octobear, who says, remember me when I'm... and wait for me when I'm back, or whatever, and is just sitting here vomiting. Excellent. Well, at least that's a good sign. You right here, Shine Phantasma, hasn't actually gotten into the combat yet, and is now moving up. The dwarf at the back there is actually doing a relatively decent job. Creed here is still in a martial trance, but is back to bleeding again because they got hit by a bronze arrow. And actually, the hammer dwarf bashes the goblin in the right lower leg with a silver warhammer and tripping the bone through the dog leather boot, and the force pulls the right knee, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. The hammer dwarf scratches the bowman in the right foot, fracturing the muscle, and the force pulls the right ankle. And I'm just going to speed up the combat a little bit here. Curious to see if we're going to get any dwarves dead. This dwarf is just bashing repeatedly, even though you're bleeding. Like, it's not the worst bleeding, but you do currently have no ability to stand because your lower leg is open and actually oozing blood in the case of Jezza here, whereas Creed up here is no longer in a martial trance and is bleeding. So we need these two to get down here and assist. As for the top side, there isn't too many of them left. The dwarves up top here are just actually beating the ever-living crap out of this overexerted piece of shit right here, who's getting currently bashed in the third toe in the right foot with an iron shield, which is probably very bad for the third toe. Not the big toe, but the big toe, second big toe, and then third toe. It's like the middle toe. It's not fun. Right up here, Creed most recently actually bashed a goblin in the left foot, which is a good time. Jezza down here either just lost a tooth or just took out a goblin's tooth. Just took out a goblin's tooth. Excellent. So Jezza, the dentist, is very, very good at their skills. Is still made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance, which means you must be very happy right now. You don't actually feel anything while in conflict, but you're hopeless after suffering a major injury, and you actually do feel satisfied upon improving fighting. Doesn't care when they see the goblins die, though. What a good dwarf. Jezza may be the actual militia commander that we actually need here, instead of, Diamond, who isn't very good at their job. Did you just lose a helmet? No, you didn't. Okay. Down here, the dentist is still fighting and has stopped bleeding. Creed is still bleeding, but it's okay because they've got help now. This guy's not going to live much longer. Dang here is actually getting bashed, and scratched, which is fun. And then the manager bashes him again. Meanwhile, the manager right here, the manager you don't want to see even when you're complaining, says, I've improved my hammer. I am very satisfied. What is your hammer skill? Hammer is now competent. Excellent. Dwarves continue to move sideways through the goblin. Pathetic attempt at an attack. Fun way to start a fort for the day. Okay, so let's turn this off so that we can rescue these dwarves. And get all this crap out of here. And there's probably some more stuff that we can grab. Yep, there is. So you're injured and you're injured. So Jezza and Creed are both injured. I was thinking, oh, hey, look, someone's coming to get the wounded, but nope. Okay, well, we've got 2 dwarves coming up to recover wounded. They're going to go get stuck in the hospital almost immediately. So plan for today, chat, for the streams in general, as well as Dwarf Fortress. For dwarfs, I want to keep building up, and I want to get more dwarves named. I want to improve moods and get more housing stuff constructed, and I want to finish as much of this dumb mega project thing as possible. And the second plan that I have is I really would like to actually start some wars, you know, like actually get started with some proper combat stuff. And aside from all of that, the final thing that I want to do today is later this evening, I want to play some Caves of Cud, but I want to build a turtle mutant. So I'm thinking we'll play Dwarf Fort until like 4 or 5-ish, and then we're going to go play some Caves of Cud. Casimir as well. It's good to see you. Neutron Dwarf, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you guys are doing well. But yeah, that's kind of the plan for today is in the evening I'm going to play some Cud. I mean, who are we naming? Kashmir, you have to, oh, Dwarf U. I see. Chat room, does Kashmir get another dwarf? Yes or no? What's up, Indie Dev? This is up to you, chat. Vote yes or vote no. Are we going to dwarf up the Kashmir who just voted for himself? Obviously a good sign. Sign of a competent leader, that's for sure. So this is the Farmers Guild, which I think I'm actually just going to remove and make into the Craftsdorf's Guild, because I don't actually think I have enough farmers for it to be a farmer guild. So they won't be upset with me if I get rid of it. Because how many... Yeah. Okay. They'll be upset if I change it. It's still formed. Okay, so I need to make a guild. That's what we need to do. And I need to do that like now. So I think I'm going to fill in this area between these 2 houses right here maybe? Or actually, let's go over here. This was the other option. Beard please and no preference on job. Got it. This right here is going to be a meeting area. And this is going to be a guild hall. It's going to be the Craftsdorf's hall. I'm going to approve that. Chat room, there's one asterisk here. Kashmir in chat said, dwarf me, okay? And I asked you guys to vote. Kashmir voted for themselves, and then we got a measly pittance of 4 more agreeances. 5, technically. That is pathetic. It has to be overwhelming. Otherwise, it's denied by default. Sorry, but it has to be a good, solid vote. So, I will ask you this again. There's 123 of you. There were no nays, sure, but there weren't very many yays. Nah, because you're in bed. Okay, well, there's a nay. See, that's a nay. Somebody's pretending to be a horse. All right. Now I'm feeling a little bit more confident that chat actually agrees with this. So JJ here demands a beard. What do you think, chat? Cook? Glassmaker? Metalsmith? Stonecutter? Clother? Child? Metalcrafter? Scribe? Chat saying cook. Okay. Oh boy. Apparently somebody was taking a machete to one of the trees on my building because it's blocking their window. Anyway, literally next week we have people coming by to look at the trees. Kashmir has such a developed sense of optimism that he always assumes that the best outcome will eventually occur no matter what. Is that true, Kashmir? He's in a constant state of internal rage and only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. Huh. He has an active imagination, probably why he's so positive. And he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He doesn't often feel envious of others, is often nervous, probably because of his optimism. And he has an active sense of humor because of his optimism. And he has a greedy streak, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He does not mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he's not particularly interested in what others think of him. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of raising a family, and personally respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and dislikes cooperation and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and values loyalty, and does not care one way or another about art. He likes calcite, rose gold, and red pyrope, and coral coffins and toy axes. Hence the positivity there. The words of the pantomime of tweeting him impossible prefers consume milkfish, carrot wine, and whip vine flour. Ed hates cave spiders. Huh. Welcome to Fort. I'm actually just gonna make, I'm gonna select one dwarf. I'm gonna make 55 pairs of underwear. And the reason I'm doing this is because all of my dwarves, or at least a good number of them, want to acquire an object. And this is just a really easy way because I've never made underwear. What's up, Alonzo? It's like, I like rose gold. One of these things is true. So you're not an optimist, but you are, in fact, in a constant state of rage. Got it. I love how this is just char, steelhead, trout, and fat. Dude's just frying, like, fish and sheep fat. 21 superiorly prepared sheep tallow roast. The ingredients are superiorly minced char, finely minced char, superiorly minced steelhead trout, superiorly minced sheep tallow. That sounds delicious. Actually, it's pretty rare that I say that, yeah, I would eat that. And you know what? I would eat that. I feel like my rock blocks jobs are very inefficient. And I'm wondering right now, is that because I'm literally out of rock blocks? I think that's the case. All right, well, I'm going to go down to this layer. And yeah, you know what? Actually, let's just go to this layer. And I'm going to begin digging out the edges of this for various reasons, but the main one being I need materials. So I'm going to widen these for future reasons. They are going to have a use at some point. Just not just yet. Because I don't have any blocks because I'm out of boulders. Your eyes are itchy, but because it makes it worse, but it's so annoying. I wish you wish that you had allergy pills. Yeah, I can understand that need. need for allergy pills. So reading this from the YouTube chat. Just started playing. You've lost 3 forts in a row to weremice. The third one was the best because you're a positive quarantine. You were positive it was quarantine and everyone infected and you was wrong. Yeah, I build a lot of doors for those. But they can be kind of tough. Diamond Destructs meets with the Outpost Liaison. They still want us to become royalty, and I say no. I'm going to do trading and not unpause the game for a little bit because currently we are in an ad break. So we're just going to do all of this. So I do have a rule with this fort, which is I'm not going to increase the population until every dwarf is named. But that seems a bit silly right now. So what I'm going to do is break that rule and not worry about it so much. This is the simple version. I think probably what I'm going to do is as soon as everybody's housed, I will increase the population. Because I do need to do that more often now. I think I've got several instrument parts. Oh, hey, look at that. Honeybee wax comb. Should probably press those. All right. Bring all this stuff to trade. What's up, Dr. Feelgood? Watched your videos on YouTube since the premium version came out. Glad to see me here. Oh, hi. Yeah, no, I mean, I've been on Twitch way longer than I've been making YouTube videos. What do you think plump helmet tastes like? See, I always imagined that they would taste like oyster mushrooms, like a very, like, potent mushroom taste. Is how I imagine them tasting. Let's just make ash. We'll just make 10 ash. Let's make 10 lye. And then once we have 10 lye, or once we've started making that ash, I'm going to finish that job up. You imagine them being moist and juicy? Has anybody here ever had a wine cap mushroom? Because those are the closest aesthetically to plump helmets that I know of that are real and are edible. Wine caps have pretty high sugar content. You thought they were more barley-ish? Strange mood. What are you going for, Shadow? Claim to clother's shop. Must have silk cloth, metal bars. I think I need to buy silk. But what else do you need? Metal bars. Rock blocks. Lots of silk cloth. Okay, so I just need to buy silk cloth then. And logs. Which I have plenty of logs. Okay, so I need to buy silk. Trade. Oh no. I was gonna say, do you not have silk? Looks like they do. That gives me plenty of leeway. Also buy the thread. Buy the book. Buy the scroll. You have a bronze stepladder? That's fancy. We'll also buy this down at the bottom here. Giant cave spider silk. Didn't bring any bars for me. What a big bunch of big meanies. Buy some toys for the kids. Whoopsies. Oh, man. I love it when you accidentally close that menu. All right, well, we'll just wait for everything else. Legendary socks, fanciest cap. Yeah, I wonder what they're gonna make. I do. Heads up, chat, investments are open if you happen to care. Oh, just for those of you who are interested, Krug Smash just posted a thing on his Patreon that just says, "Cut is coming." So, Krug Smash cut video, I suppose? That's kind of cool. I'm gonna grab the rough glass as well. Cave spider. Also buy some of the pigtail. And some more cave spider stuff. Buy the cheese. Scroll. And that. Interested to see his artwork. Thought he had a cut video. He's doing more cut stuff. But I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure he has a cut video that he released relatively recently. Krug Smash doing variety. What is this madness? I don't need the meat nor the fish. Buy some leaves and fruit, though. Buy the thread. And then I'm going to go here and type in shield. Okay, sword, maybe? Bronze short sword, sure. Helm? Buy the helm. Which I can't really... Actually, let's not buy this. It's too expensive. And let's say... gauntlets? Okay, we'll do that. Maybe I can do 2 of these. Can't quite do 2 of these, so I will get rid of one thing that I don't need. Don't need the cheese. So I'll buy the gauntlets instead. Let's also say greaves. Do you have greaves? No bars. I'll buy these bolts. Can't afford them. Can't afford either of them. Fuck it. We'll just trade. We made it. We'll be fine. But cheese? It's going to turn into Cud Smash. There you go. Shadow Absorber is already running off to go grab stuff for the next artifact, so we'll watch this take place. Ew, gross, right, Clue? That is gross. I completely agree. That's disgusting, Prosectra. There's been times I've thought a YouTuber has uploaded a video for like a month, Suited Giraffe, and then realized that it was just unlisted and on their Patreon or members or some other thing. Like, that happens to me sometimes with Nebula. Is home fermented? I'm gonna need the detailed paperwork on the frequency of washing of that area, but okay. Speaking of home fermented, I have a lot of cabbages growing. You almost doubled your points. There you go. Congratulations on the almost points doubling. Giant cave spider silk. Well, whatever it is, it's going to be made out of silk. Primarily. Grab 2 of these. Weaving stuff into thread and cloth. You can check this. You can check that. There we go. I do think I need some more workshops for stoneworkers. So I'm going to dig out some of this in the future-ish. Although, actually, I think I'm going to just increase the priorities on this a little bit just to get it done a little bit quicker. And I'm also going to, you know, dig out some more space down here because I do think that this would be a good way to, you know, grow the space down in this area, allow for more workshops, and also get some boulders in here quickly because they'll be right here already. Which would be very convenient, frankly. There you go, 3 tickets in 13 hours. That's pretty good. Pro tip, you get 2 tickets every hour if you're subscribed, so I would just wait for a while and you'll gain more. Just stay subscribed and sit in the chat for like a day, and you will gain a decent enough amount of tickets. That's my pro tip for you. Okay, so this right here, what's the value? Not even close to high enough, which is fine. I'm also going to get rid of this door because I really don't need it. So this is going to be priority number 1. I think we're just going to use these blocks. I'm gonna have to do some deconstructing to do this properly, but... Oh, hey, I caught another unicorn, I think. Sweet. Should eat those. Oh, shit. The llama apparently brought some stuff. Or the trader brought some llamas, rather, is kind of what I intended to say, and then kind of borked up the sentence real bad. Oops, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. So this is going to be a little walkway back here, and be part of this. Pilot, how are you doing? Good day, sir. At least up here, today would be a beautiful day for flying. I don't know about where you're at, but it is hot, sunny, and bright out. Where's sunglasses? Is this Minecraft or what? No, Minecraft took that idea from Dwarf. Fun fact, llamas didn't exist before Dwarf Fortress. They were made up by Dwarf Fortress, and then humans liked them so much that they created them in real life by breeding ostriches with sheep. Definitely, yes. Shadow Absorber, the Sacred Tournament. Well, would you look at that? I was making them anyway. Shadow Absorber, the Sacred Tournament, has created Encosintol, a cave spider silk thong, and offers it to the big fall. Right as I started making undies anyway. This is a cave spider silk thong. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with rose gold, encircled with bands of chestnut, nice, and rectangular rock salt cabochons. It menaces with spikes of cave spider silk, rock salt, and on the item is an image of ship theaters, the large slick metal right gauntlet in giant cave spider silk. On the item is an image of the trillion cut gem in rock salt. On the item is an image of a bulky face veil in rock salt. On the item is an image of Treaty Fortress's the large black metal left mitten in bismuth bronze. And Shadow Absorber, you're a member of a religion and also the sacred tournament of the religion. This religion, I think, right? Nope, that's this one. This one. Yes. I'm going to go do you a solid, dear Dwarf. I'm going to put your thong next to the altars as an offering to the god of games, which is what the competitive order here worships. It's a chestnut wood-spiked thong, yes. DF's most outlandish invention kind of make it hard to suspend your... I mean, yeah, no, it's crazy that Dwarf Fortress also invented time travel, which is how they convinced, who was it, DreamWorks, to make the Emperor's New Groove before llamas were invented. It's crazy. Sometimes my nonsense is so outlandish, even I can't take it seriously. A thong for ball. Are you saying that in the... Does the god of games play ball? Sorry, that was just a very important question I legally had to ask. So... Just trying to figure out... Oh, I see. Are we just too busy? So we're working through all of this cloth stuff. I think I need some more clothes shops. I mean, actually, hold on. Let me check something. Cloth. Okay, how much clothing do I have? Sheep's wool, pigtail cloth, only 31. So I'm going to do two things. I'm going to make a farmer's shop right here that connects to this area. I'm going to build a house here. And this house underneath it is going to have two farmer shops. I think one floor up, I'm going to build a house. So up here, this is going to be a little house. And it's going to have two farmer shops in the basement. And the reason I'm doing this is because we desperately need more farmer shops. Speaking of, how's this crafting area up here, crafting guild up here doing? Well, it's getting there slowly. Let's add you in, 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 and add you in, and all of this as well. Let's see if I can get some tables into here. Get some multicolored ones as well. Let's throw in a display. If I have gem windows, I'll throw in some gem windows, which I do. I don't actually know what materials are close, but we'll just throw in whatever's close. But I know it's going to be boulders. I don't want boulders. Let's do this instead. And let that run for a minute. How do you manage to build a bridge so large without a cave-in? Because things don't cave in unless you remove absolutely all supports from them. So bridges, like, it's not going to cave in when you build it. And if you found information about cave-ins, congratulations, you found information about Dwarf Fortress that was out of date as of 2007. Because while cave-ins can happen, you literally need to remove manually all support from it. So one brick could hold up an entire mountain, and your fortress, and a forest. But for some reason, people really like to retell the very out-of-date information that Dwarf Fortress still has active cave-ins, which it doesn't, and hasn't for a very long time. Like, right now, if I were to remove this right here, then this wouldn't be held up by anything because diagonals don't support, so it would collapse. But yeah, no, it's a non-issue. It is a non-issue. We've made rock mechanisms. We've made that ash, which means now that we've made ash, I can queue up that lye. Now I just need to butcher some animals. Which, honestly, we're doing okay because I've got some pigs. Just going to eat all of our adult-sized pigs. Also got a cat, apparently. And then I'm going to queue up soap. Chat, I have a question, just because I'm thinking about this based on what Doc Feelgood just said. Is there a mechanic that you thought existed in Dwarf Fortress for a really long time, only to find out that it didn't? You feel like a collapse trap would be a cool effect, terrible for computer health? I would recommend looking at the Fortress Starfield that I made. Fortress, I think it was Starfield. It's a big above-ground tower, and the defensive structure was I would build a floor about as big as that bridge, and it was right above a walkway, and then whenever enemies would walk into it, I'd pull a lever and cave the entire floor in on them and kill them with falling boulders. Just by having a tiny pillar support the whole thing. One individual pillar could do it, yeah. Although Tarn has, like, thrown around the ideas about, like, long, far away, won't be added to the game for years kind of features. But what if you could mine clouds to make flying fortresses? With the right kind of magic. I think that's pretty cool of an idea, personally. Personally, I think that's a really cool idea, actually. I think we have enough lavish meals. Let's just focus on rendering the fat. And also, I'm going to go here. And I'm going to go to kitchen. And I'm going to go fat. No. I'm going to go tallow. Okay, I don't actually have tallow just yet. I'm going to wait until I have tallow. Once you're done rendering the fat, right here. Also, goose egg roast, 10 egg roast. Nice. Well, so I've learned it does actually still have noise pollution, but only for mining. And it is supposedly, we're supposed to get noise pollution back, but not until the caverns and map rewrite stuff get completely redone. And I'm going to press honey from honeycomb. And then we're going to brew some mead. Ladies and dwarfs, I now have mead. I'm also going to queue up a... Right, also, this is the wrong job. I need this one. I need the other one. You right here. Press honey from honeycomb. If amount of non-pressed honey-bearing honeycomb is above 1, check it seasonally, and then do 1. Although I should probably make some more hives, actually. Let's just make 5 of those. To be fair, they constructed floors and walls couldn't be engraved until Premium came out. That is a relatively new feature in the grand scheme of things. Like, as far as Dwarf Fortress is concerned, that's a pretty new feature. Let's also go here and install some shell opals, some moss agates, some wood opals. You right here, we can smooth you. Engrave these floors. This right here. Let's just go. Crown. I must have crowns, right? Okay, how about rings? Well, let's throw a rock salt ring onto that. Because you can't smooth them? Sure, but they're already smooth. You know, you typed in that scream sound, Pilot, and literally as you did that, my neighbor's dog started barking. You have magic powers, and I don't trust them. But enjoy work as best you can, and we will see you when we see you, Pilot. Throw an instrument in here, another table, maybe one more throne. Hopefully that'll increase the value enough. Can also smooth those. Get the last few things in here. Bringing a ring. Bringing some instruments, which can't be coming from that far. Probably like right there, right? Yep, there you go. There we go. Value's high enough. So that should make them happy. The guild hall agreement with the musical guild has been satisfied. And, you know, it's a funny name for the Craftsdwarf's guild to be the musical guild. Just have to say that. That is a funny name. It's an object. It is encircled bands of Valcraft. What? It's a huge stationary musical stringed instrument which uses a leather bellows, pressurizes air, ultimately blowing it through any kind of the 378 stone pipes. So it's an organ. So I wonder. Kilred console. Kilred pipes. And then I'm assuming leatherworks to make a bellows. Also, I don't know what a dasnast is, but I'm going to try and make a dasnast. Because why not? Dwarves are just into industrial rock. Dwarves love the sound of ringing hammers, bouncing off of pipes. Very dwarfy. Hammers hitting pipes. You gotta hammer all of that pipe. I've also made jugs. We're also making more hives, and I'm just going to plot more hives outside here. So if I go to farming hive, 1, 2, 3, 4. We now have 4 hives. We're gonna make a good couple of hives, I think, but just to get some, you know, passive mead income going. And also, of course, waxcraft. So I can go to you now, and I can be like, oh, well, I was gonna say, make mead, but requires empty food storage item. I need pots, basically. So I made the Kilred console, which is Kilred console. I don't know what was used to make it. Now they're making pipes. Basically, I'm making a piano organ thing. So rock do that. If I go down to here, someone made that bellows. So I am producing instruments, I think. Just need those pipes to be done. Make instrument. Requires Kilrud keyboard. I don't know. Let's see. Let's check the next spot. Nope, it's not you. What's the keyboard made out of? Console's made from magnetite, the pipes are made from conglomerate, the bellows is made from lava level leather. Then what's the keyboard made out of? Oh, the keyboard is made from clear glass. Okay, so the keyboard needs glass. Am I willing to set up glass specifically to make a piano? That's mostly me thinking out loud, but chat, am I willing to make glass to make a piano? I guess I am. I don't know why I'm doing this, to be honest with you. Couldn't tell you. Okay, so this right here, I'm going to go stairs down one layer and stairs up. You are also going to get this. You are also going to get this. Oh. Let's say wooden cabinet, and let's just make 20. We're also going to give you a table. And a chair. And this can be a bedroom. It can be the bedroom for this blacksmith. And this can get offistified. Ophisticated, I think is the proper term. And that's Moma's right there. Orchestra time? That's a weird way of spelling orchestra, but I'll take it. You're just over here making rock blocks. Will the glass be green on a yellow brick road that people leave? I'm not planning on building this whole fort out of glass because, surprisingly enough, the last fort was almost entirely made out of glass. So I don't really want to do that again because I kind of just did that for all intents and purpose. So no? I think is the easy way of putting that. Ah, is it your father tongue then? If it's not your mother tongue. That's a terrible joke, but you're going to have to live with it. We'll just say collect sand. And make 10 Kilrud keyboards. So I'm going to go up to here and say Kilrud. Except the keyboard, I'm actually going to say take 11 and 11 sand. Kilrud console. Kilrud pipes. So I've got keyboard, bellows, console, pipes. Keyboard, bellows, console, pipes. Okay, and then after that, I will assemble 10 kill rods. Or actually, rather, 11 kill rods. And I'm also kind of curious as to what the hell this thing is. So I can just make Dasnasts, which are a musical instrument, basically. A one-off musical instrument that doesn't require any fancy pieces, which is kind of neat. Huh. We had more than dozens. We had like 100 glass makers in the last fort. Also, Rolf, hello, it's good to see you. It's your stepmother tongue. Oh, there you go. Stepmother tongue twice removed. It's like a distant family member. I'm very surprised nobody's made like a "what are you doing, stepmother to tongue" joke now. Anyway, everybody knows and everybody makes fun of it because it's stupid. We're gonna just build some more block floors over here, I think. Up here, it's just gonna be another farm shop. Of course, Dr. Feelgood would know what I'm talking about. Checks out, honestly. Pretty typical, even. Up here, I'm going to fill all this out. Fill all that in. Drop down here. Making more bellows. I need to check you. Nobody's collecting sand. I'm actually curious if there's even free bags around. It's probably got to be. I'm actually kind of... Actually, hold on. Let me check something. Exterminate. Okay, so I don't have crazy numbers of animals on the ground. I'm noticing that this fort is like kind of running slow at some points. All I'm gonna say is last week tonight was nuts. The MILF show is like, why is this thing? Wait, what? Here's the thing. I don't watch cable television. I know what last week tonight is. I don't watch it. Do you think I know what that is? Really? I mean, like, I do know what it is. That isn't the issue. The issue is, are you expecting me to know what that is? Because I really don't, honestly. I think I'm going to extend this out to here, and it's going to drop down into here to just go straight that way. But also... yeah, I think we'll do that. While this area is slowly still draining. I'm also going to lock this door for right now. Although, actually, that's not going to do anything. I need to remove access to these so that I can actually get some baby geese before all my birds die of old age. Because they're too effective at, you know, gathering them. Oh, right. I'm pretty sure, like, that's been around for a while, though, hasn't it? Like, there's been fucked up dating shows as long as shows have existed. Like, I don't know. You say this like it's a weird, controversial new thing, and I'm looking at it, I'm like going, yeah, okay, and? Like, I'm pretty sure this has existed for a long-ass time, dude. And you're only just now disturbed by it? Well, someone's a newbie. A farmer. We're going to do 2 of these. How be me, Dwarf? I don't know. How be your Dwarf? Not the happiest, but not gonna die anytime soon or anything. You were crying on somebody in charge recently. You've killed 2 Kias. You're running around with a hammer. Or you are a hammer dwarf, rather. Adequate, even. You're pretty satisfied about crying on people in charge. You like your bedroom. That's about it. There's a Crundle right there. You know, we could probably reclaim the Caverns, now that I think about it. And the reason I say that is... I don't know how that Forgotten Beast got in, but they're not in there anymore. Anyway, Cathode Ray Tube would like a dwarf. I can give you a dwarf as soon as I'm through this load screen. Do you have any preference? Oi! On type of dwarf. Used to just fish. Well, as you can see, we have plenty of fish, and I haven't been fishing for like 3 years, so I'm waiting until I run out of fish. When we run out of fish, then we'll start fishing again. No preferences? No, not even beard preferences? The original dating game way back in the 70s, one girl actually picked a real-life serial killer. You know, the original dating game was guy with a lot of money went and just paid a family money and then had a wife. That's the original dating game. So you cannot tell me that the original dating game was that. Please. Humans have been fucking around with relationships longer than TV has existed. All right, so Cathode Ray Tube has no preferences, chat. Chat, what dwarf do you think I should give to Cathode Ray Tube because they have no preferences and I don't feel like making decisions today? Soap maker? I'll say Red Octobear. Cathode Ray Tube. Cathode Ray Tube is wants to be with family. Has been here since 347. Has been here for like years. Carrying some pigtail cloth. Is friends with the dentist, aka Jezza, and is a member of the Barricaded Cloaks, which is one of my non-official wrestling squads. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and enjoys being in crowds. Though she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, though she wishes this were not the case, she considers altruism foolish. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and does not often feel lustful. Is not particularly interested in what others think of her, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is a hardened individual, and is making a cloth shirt. She personally values artwork and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and sees introspection as important. She likes bituminous coal, fine pewter, and glossier, and the color red, floodgates in the words of the wisps of sparkling, and the sound of the zephyr of glimmers, and the sight of the umber skirt, when possible, prefers to consume nautilus and rye beer, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. And has a prominent chin with slightly sunken heliotrope eyes. Is wearing a nice set of clothing, has some unicorn bone earrings, and has no real family or anything. Welcome to the fort. You know, I've got a scribe that would be real good for Talon Artho, but I haven't seen Talon Artho around here in a while. I'm assuming Talon's been busy with life stuff. Actually, like promoting the loincloths to be done first, because that's the thing that the dwarves need the new thing of, which will allow us to claim items, which will help moods better. So you're making Kilrud pipes. Haven't actually finished any just yet. So someone here is making a Kilrud keyboard. It's actually my furnace operator who is. Grabs a sandbag, runs up here, grabs charcoal, and is making the Kilrud keyboard. You embarked in a serene, mirthful wilds. Those are two different. That's like saying I embarked in a calm wilderness biome, Which one did you embark in? Or was it a mix of two? No shrubbery and no river, no dirt. And your dwarves are scrambling to find the damn caverns to survive. Have fun! Assemble Kilrud. I would like to see a Kilrud get assembled. Animal the militia captain is on it. Who also happens... I was going to say who also happens to be my captain of the guard, but apparently not actually. And I need 3 bracelets like stat. So... So console pipes. Why'd that get canceled? What? Needs bellows. Is somebody like hauling the bellows? I think somebody's hauling the bellows. Which is like, come on. But regardless, I hope you do well, Dulkin. I hope the fort sorts itself out eventually. Yeah, see, there's a leather Kilred bellows right now. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so that's 2. Which means you're gonna go down there and grab that bellows probably, right? There you go. Now you've got all the pieces. I actually don't know. What skill does assembling musical instruments train? Because there's no like generic crafting. Accepting, remembering, experiencing trauma. That's a good sign. So I've successfully assembled a very cheap Kilrud. But hey. It is made from finely crafted chert. The pipes are made from well-crafted chert. The bellows is made from bag leather. The Kilrud is a huge stationary musical instrument which uses leather bellows. I think I'm gonna throw one of these into here. We're gonna make more of these suckers. I have 2 of them, in fact. Let's just place a bunch of these. So the only ones that will be going in now are the ones that I've made myself here. Let's go over to this and start building walls. Let's go along here. Go along here. Let's just do this. And this. Throw in 2. Well, I guess I could do glass window. I guess I could do glass windows. Since I'm diving into the glass hell already. Might as well, you know, also just make glass windows. You found it too confusing? It can be very tedious, especially if like they require glass or something that you don't actually have access to on the map, which is, in my experience, more often than not. They tend to require things that you don't have, and because they are just randomly generated, they can, in fact, get quite confusing. Let's give this to Cathode. And Cathode, you get this office. I'm also going to dive over here. Wasn't the material I wanted to do. So you know what I watched last night, chat? And then fell asleep during it and then finished this morning? New Folding Ideas video. It's pretty good. You should go watch it at some point after my stream is over, definitely. Because Folding Ideas is very good, and I recommend everybody watches his videos, because they are very good. This down here is a metalsmith. And I'm not entirely sure what to do with this. Serene mountains. Okay. Well, I mean, mountains are generally just completely empty. Got flabbergasted with panic. Why? Because there was absolutely no food there? Well, mountains have nothing growing on them ever, right? Although because it's serene mountains, you might actually see gnomes. So if you do in fact see gnomes, let me know. Because gnomes are fun and like to eat all of your, and like to drink all of your beer. Curious. You are a trader. Want martial training. Are you in a squad? Yes, you are. I think I'm going to make this into also a farmer's shop. And this one is going to be dedicated to the dwarf that lives down here. So this is going to be Moma's farmer shop. We're just going to process some plants. And I'm just going to set that to repeat seasonally. And you get to enjoy your very good bedroom, which is good. Could make some spots over here. Could fill this in. Let's fill this area in. And I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put 2 ramps back here. And just put a roof on top of this. Maybe another... no, there isn't quite enough space for crafters. Gnomes like to steal thongs? Well, that's because they're naked. So, naturally, they would like to steal any source and format of underwear. With little discrimination. Or, you know, shit's given for personal property or any of that. That got suspended. Get that done. And there we go. We're getting another bedroom built. Just like that. You raided goblins with 10 population, and apparently they had 40 dragons in their keep. The thing is, they only tell you the population of, like, intelligent soldiers that are in that location. So there's 10 soldiers in that location, potentially. But there may also only be peasants in that location, right? So if you're attacking somewhere, just be wary. They probably have more than what you know of, because all the game is telling you is what the dwarves are aware of, and they're never aware of livestock. The only way you'd know that in advance is if you went and explored it in adventure mode. What's up, Dragon Man? It's good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so that's done. Let's go down here. Go chest. And go cabinet. And go bed. And go table. And go chair. And we'll say bedroom. And this bedroom can go to Digal. And then we'll say office. And also, I need to go over here and reset the captain of the guard to animal, who isn't actually the captain of the guard right now, which is a bit of a problem. Because animal got assigned to a unrelated military job, which countered out their captain of the guard gig. Grumble. Words are difficult. I just need to find them in here. Actually, they're probably not listed. Okay, you know what? We're just going to get rid of all these squads. Just get rid of them. There you are. Boom. Curious, actually, do we have all of this stuff to make it? Oh, wow, we're making unicorn leather kill ruds? That's pretty cool, actually. Pets should hardly count as enemies. It should be fine. I mean, it should be fine. You're not wrong. I don't disagree with that. Should definitely be fine. You should attack everything all the time. Never stop to think about whether or not it may or may not be a terrible plan. Okay, so now that we've done all of this, you know, okay, so I've got a whole bunch of these farmer workshop jobs, these process plants jobs. I'm just going to kill these. And the reason I'm doing that is because I just want to make a global one for all of them. So I actually have enough dwarves that I can do that now. So I'm just going to say process plants. And it's just going to be 50. And it's just going to be seasonally. And I'm going to go to labor, kitchen, and just type in pigtail. I think I'm out of pigtails. Wait, what? The heck? Ended up in a menu I've never seen before. It's like I broke the game for a second. Weird. I saw a picture on Reddit where their squads showed up at a 20 goblin settlement and they found 1,023 blind cave ogres. Oh yeah, no, totally. Yeah, no, now that goblins are running at full capacity, goblins are just hard to invade in general. I realize that I don't really have advice. I guess I should probably clarify that. I don't really have advice on how to invade goblins effectively because goblins are just very unpredictable with their settlements, and that's part of what's fun about attacking them. You don't really know what you're going to hit until you poke it a couple of times, so I guess my advice would be poke the beehive and bring the strongest soldiers you can, and avoid large goblin settlements unless you absolutely have to. Attack them. Would probably actually honestly be my advice. Although I actually want to mine this up a layer. Up to there. Okay, so we're going to do all of that. I'm going to erase this and replace this with this. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've attacked many a goblin fortress that, like, you know, claims to have 200 population, and then it's like 200 population and 40 demons and, you know, 700 cave dragons and 400 Mineras and all of that nonsense. And, you know, honestly, I like that stuff. I think that's a fun thing to encounter. And I mean very much fun in the Dwarf Fortress losing his fun sense of fun. But it doesn't change the fact that it's entertaining when it happens. Very much is entertaining. I actually wonder, how many kill reds have I made? Let's see. Not a small number. Look at that. They're not super valuable, but I can just go placing them in places now. So let's chuck some of these in this temple. Let's put some of these in this temple. Let's plop one, I don't know, one in this temple. This is the generic do whatever temple. Let's put one in the tomb down here. You know, in case somebody wants to play some haunting death music or whatever. We're in an ad break, so I'm gonna pause. Hey chat, what's your plans for the weekend? It's Thursday. Tomorrow, we're gonna be streaming Songs of Six all day. Hopefully chat stays civil. That's the plan for tomorrow. Plan for today is to just play Dwarf Fort until I feel like playing Cud, and then we're gonna be a turtle in Cud. Because I'm gonna make something with a shell and acid, probably. Maybe sleep gas, too. Wake surfing? See, I prefer sleep surfing. If given the option. But that sounds fun. Red Octobear, by the way, you're still alive and quite happy, and you're married to Jezza, and you have your pet guinea cock is still alive right here. However, your rooster died, unfortunately. Which starts on Monday? What kind of career path is this internship? Poor rooster? I mean, it was old. It was old Burb. Old Burby died. 'Tis what it is. Unfortunately, sometimes old Burby must die. Also, kind of interesting. Apparently, somebody found my my blog through Google successfully, which is funny because even I haven't been able to do that yet. As long as old Burb had a good life. Well, old Burb lived here with this guinea cock who's also probably going to die pretty soon because is getting old. Weird? Which part of weird? Comp sci? Got it. Well, best of luck, dude. I hope that your internship starts off smoothly. Does an animal... What type of workshop does an animal trainer even get? Kennels, I think technically would be probably the correct one. No, the Vermin Catcher's shop, right? Yeah, because they renamed it. A shop that I don't think I've built this year. Have I ever even made one of these in this version of the game? I don't actually know. Anyway, yeah, probably a Vermin Catcher's shop. Should we catch vermin, chat? You have Friday off? Long weekend, just a few chores. Then slipping off to a mate's camp. There you go. My plan is to continue building up the newsletter, write a newsletter, do some gardening, ride my bike, sleep, drink beer, build a garden bed for around the building. And that's about it. Is there even vermin to catch? There's always vermin to catch. I mean, Twitch chat exists, so there must be. Yes, there is. Down in here, see? Slugs, that's vermin. Worms, that's vermin. More worms. Snails. Only with a very specific type of maggot, which I haven't seen. But you can get animal extracts and other weird things like mog juice if you get mog hoppers. Which isn't quite as weird as Dwarven milk, but it's weird. It's not quite as weird, but it's still weird. I will never cease to be amazed by how heavy a frame rate impact you get from channeling. Will always amaze me. It's kind of astounding, actually, how much lag this game produces when you're trying to channel stuff. This upper area, I don't know whose bedroom this is going to be just yet, so we'll have to figure that out. I will put a bed right here. Let's say that. And this actually feels like it should be a bigger family's bedroom. Do I have any married couples? Shoutouts to all these dwarves that are getting a bedroom assigned and then immediately ripped away from their happiness. And their clutches. All right, well, we'll give it to Besmer. This right here can be your office. You're a stone crafter, so I'll put a craft store shop up top. I'm just going to do gem windows, I think. Let's make these. Easy peasy. Up top here, I'm going to probably throw in a hatch cover. Down here, we can do a table and a chair for the office. And up here, this can just be given to Besmer. Also an accomplished weaver, apparently. To construct stairs upward, channel up, they can build stairs through floors. People have insisted to me for ages that no, they can't. No, they can. Channeling up is the most efficient way to do it, though. You can build straight down through floors as well. You can also connect stairs to dug stairs, which I've also had people insist to me that you can't do. There's a lot of things in this game I've had people try to insist that you can't do, whereas I can assure you, you absolutely fucking can. Let's check my cloth supplies right now. Pretty short on cloth. Got it. Well, I think I should make a big farm and make it just pigtails. So currently we are in midwinter, so it's the wrong season anyway. But I'm going to go down here and I'm just going to make a relatively large farming area. And it's just going to be for pigtails. And also I'm going to check something. Farmers don't actually have that many farmers. Let's assign some more. Just people who don't have other tasks, so they're not super busy. Also just gonna gather everything down here. How's the dam going? It's functional. It needs some adjustments, but it's functional. Mostly just waiting for it to drain so that I can work on those said adjustments. But yeah, it's functional. It's getting there. Okay. But yeah, the dam is functional. The one thing I'd really need to do is I need to redirect some of this water directly into here and also into here. And I need to block this off. That's all I need to do currently, but that's about it. Because I need water to flow better, which is, I can speak sentences that make sense, right? I think what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to block this off. Dig a tunnel that goes directly to here. Viewer, you don't even know who I am, are you? I love people's preconceived notion of me hating something because I choose not to use it the same way they do. It's a very amusing preconceived notion that will never cease to amuse me. Oh no, I shan't say this because Blind hates it. No, I don't. I use it all the time. I'm literally using DF hack right now. What? What planet do you live on? What year is it? I don't hate it. I just think most of its features are useless. I'm exaggerating? Cool. But still, you say that enough and people will start to believe you. And I don't like that. I'd rather you didn't do that. It's not that bizarre of a thing to, you know, request, but here we are. Okay, so I need some of this to just go straight down here, is what I need. So I'm going to dig this out. Okay, well, I'm glad you find that fun. All I think it does is it causes me headache because people tune in randomly and ask me why I hate a thing, which I don't hate. So, now you're being condescending. Nice, thanks. Appreciate you. Anyway, this whole conversation is toxic and I hate it. Thanks. You guys need to remember that I'm human too, and I have feelings. And generally humans don't like having shit made up about them, especially when all it does is it makes other people repeat it, thinking it's factual, right? It's like false information is bad or something. Doesn't matter, says Erdy in YouTube chat. It's more just eye roll, sigh. I've got a Monstrum? Oh yeah. I've had a Monstera for quite some time, actually. I'm gonna close this bridge. Because what I'm going to do is this is going to connect to two things. It's going to connect to down here, and it's also going to connect to over here. The monster mash. You mean the Monstera mash? TLDR, for those confused about the current, like, speech I'm having. There was a running joke / meme, if you want to be generous and call it that, which I wouldn't, but here we are. There was a running joke around various channels for a while that I hate DF hack, which really isn't true, and actually pretty much a piss poor way of describing things in general, saying that somebody hates something, because I choose not to use the vast majority of the features that people seem to like. I don't hate DF hack. I don't think it's bad software. I don't hate it. I don't think people shouldn't use it. What bothers me about DF hack is the people who state that it's impossible to play the game without it, because it discounts the game's playability, especially in the current year, and the game is perfectly playable without it. However, it is useful if you are an advanced player, which still means, in my opinion, that you shouldn't recommend it to brand new players, but if you are an advanced player, go fucking hog wild and have fun with your life. Enjoy it. Use it. Mess around with it. Use it to its fullest if you want. But I'm not going to, because I focus on teaching new players. And I don't need to lean on crutches to play a game that I find to be perfectly playable anyway. So when people are just like, nope, I was kind of expecting that to happen. Sort of, but not quite to that extent. So when people just state, oh, blind hates this thing, well, you couldn't be more categorically wrong. Okay? So I don't appreciate that in the slightest. Can you step through this, please? We may lose... Edict. You know, username checks out, Creeper. Found dead, drowned. So we lost JJ, we lost Momas, and we lost these dwarves. This will be easy enough to fix once one of these gets deconstructed. What I need to deconstruct like this, basically. So in order to deconstruct that, I have to get into here. I have to get into here somehow. Let's actually just lock this door. Oh well, I digress. We also lost Red Octobear and Percussive Giant. Saying that people hate something because they choose not to use it is just redundant, moronic internet bullshit speak. And it's one of the many things that will forever mildly bother me about this whole industry. Because God forbid I make choices about my playstyle. And God, I must have hated watching one of my favorite streamers for years. Because they have a different playstyle than me. I must hate that. God fucking forbid. I'm rambling because I've got nothing else to talk about, and I'm staring at a wall of water that I need to fix. So I'm like mildly distracted and just trying to keep my mouth parts moving. If you have something else to talk about, feel free to change the subject. I welcome it even. Okay, the other thing I can do here is do I have any miners? No, I don't. Seen a streamer playing and learning the game for a week, and one day someone told him to use DF hack, and so he did, and it was the last time he played the game. Yep. No, I've seen that more than once. I'm not going to tell you where I go backpacking, deep sea fishing, because that is directly doxing my favorite camping sites. Feel free to Google popular Vancouver camping locations and have fun. And length of hikes, purely your own skill level. Whatever you are comfortable doing is what I recommend doing. What happened with the water? I constructed a thing in a place that I shouldn't have before another thing got deconstructed, and it turned on a thing while the wall was it turned on the pumps while the wall was removed. That's what happened. No, he's just extremely frustrated at this exact minute in time. Is all he's doing. He's frustrated with chat. Annoyed with a person in chat. And honestly, at this exact minute in time, the main thing that I kind of want to do is turn off the stream and not stream for the rest of the day. So, he's not deceiving anybody. He's being brutally honest about how he feels at this exact moment in time. Satisfied? I was excited about playing Songs of Six tomorrow, Suited Giraffe, and then I saw a review on Steam of somebody being an asinine fuckwad and leaving a negative review of Dwarf Fortress that said play Songs of Six instead. So fuck that person and fuck that video game. Fuck Twitch chat and fuck me, I suppose. I don't know. What am I excited about? Nothing really. Sleeping, maybe. Hello, Dwimore. How are you? Pro tip, Scissordy. If you update DF Hack to the DF Hack beta, it works in the Dwarf Fortress beta. You're welcome. No problem, dude. Happy to help. Okay, let's move this back here. About the smoked goat cheese on your leftover lentils. That sounds tasty. It's been a while since I've had goat cheese. I had a tiny little bit when I was in Montreal, but was like the size of a loony, so. Discovered Portuguese cheese? What did they do differently with cheese than other places' cheese? No, I wasn't planning on playing more tonight at all, Blacklord. I'm actually, but truthfully planning on playing some more tonight. So it's like, what, fermented? If it's sour? I'm trying to think what process would make it sour. Thanks for the $10, Hidden from the Sun.
Hidden from the Sun one cheered. X 1000.
All right. Oh, that's terrifying. Now, when you say it exploded, do you mean like stuff just erupted out of it? Like it kind of burst, or like it literally malfunctioned and exploded? Because that is kind of spooky. Something like that. It's a sheep cheese. Huh. Yeah, not something I have any experience with whatsoever. I'll tell you that. Okay, well, at least I can fix this calamity now. Happens to the best of us, I suppose. Kind of sad that we lost Percussive Giant. That was a good dwarf. Also, I think that was the second Percussive Giant in the fort. This dwarf goes here. Just kind of making sure everybody has tombs assigned, at least to a degree. At some point in the next 30 minutes, I'm going to have to get up and let somebody into my apartment. Lid broke off and flew across the kitchen. Oh, geez. Yeah, because pressure cooker, right? Yeah, I've never used a pressure cooker in my whole life. That's kind of spooky, dude. Okay, well, water's too deep right now. Okay, so what I was working on doing was blocking this off so that when I turn this back on, it wouldn't flood the whole place. The idea was that it would flow down into here, then flow into here and connect with this and help fill this instead. But I obviously did things in slightly wrong order, being distracted over slander. So now I can do it correctly, but it's kind of obviously a little bit too little too late, but it is what it is. Because now we've lost, what? Almost 10 dwarves? So, you know. You even went for a walk at work today? Hell yeah. Glad you have the kind of job where you can go for a walk. No problem, Doc Feelgood. Sorry for the moodiness, but sometimes shit gets to my brain and it takes me 20 minutes to wear it off. But it is what it is. I can't fully control my brain. You're the assistant manager and you and the manager said fuck it and took an hour paid walk in the sun? Nice. I once said fuck it and went and bought a cake for my manager at my old job and then got written up for abandoning my post. Quite literally. Like, I got written up for not doing my job for X amount of time. And I was like, really? But I'm literally buying you shit. You don't need to give me money, guys. We're good. But thank you.
The suited giraffe cheered. X1000. Crypt beer.
But thanks for the $10, mate. Finding other dwarves dead, drowned, because they're walking down here now. Let's see, are we putting them in tombs? 2 of them are getting put in tombs. Please do not destroy my relationship with this community, Spewer. I will destroy whatever I want of yours. You're in my chat. Used to be the most dangerous kitchen appliance. Wait, what is the most dangerous kitchen appliance now, then? As somebody who doesn't live in Sweden, I can confirm this. Our countries are definitely different. Will the stairs be blocked with the wall if they are diagonally to a hole? Diagonals do not block anything. They stop water pressure, but that's it. Plastic straw is the most dangerous thing in the kitchen. I mean, if we're talking about the most dangerous thing to animals, there's plenty of those. Is there a kitchen appliance which is a gun? I'm familiar with like muscle guns. You know, those things that you use to like shoot your calf bones if you're too lazy to stretch. I'm familiar with those, but that's about the closest thing that I know of. I also need to get power up here. To up here, so I can power this sucker. I am legally blind, yes, Torgs. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision and floating blind spots. Wonder Boner? I used to have a thing that would decore apples, which was... Oh, apparently I had an artifact that I missed. Which was... for decoring apples, which was pretty gun-like. But I'm not going to say it was a gun, because it really wasn't. But it was pretty similar to that. Sounds like a brand name budgie, which I'm not familiar with. Also, I tend to agree with Fellow G. That even makes me uncomfortable. I think it would be better to say something like Texans instead of Americans, because at least with Texans, you're going after a very specific area. Hold on, I'm checking a text message. One moment, chat.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo! Heal, damn it.
All right, so I'm back. But no, unironically, Formula One tires are TYRE, and like any other type of tire is a TIRE. Just that is what it is. It will always be that. Okay, so I need to connect you to this. Yeah, I need to do that. All of the bodies are out of here. Yeah, except for the child. Okay. We've got a bunch of clothing that needs to move out as well. We're in spring, so we're not going to have trading for a while. I need to hook this up to power and fix this damn system up. You know, for a fortress that was intended to be a super chill town, boy, oh boy, we've had some dumb calamities. Like, Forgotten Beast kills 2/3 of the fort. Me just accidentally spraying water everywhere, and oops, I accidentally half the dwarfs are dead now. You know, all that kind of good nonsense. All right, well, let's take that out. How do you spell revolution in French? I feel like that is actually something I would just Google. Just go to translate and just look. Also, guys, guess what? My door locks finally. I have not had a locking door in 4 months, and now they're leaving to go get a new bathtub faucet. Because I need a new bathtub faucet, and I've needed a new bathtub faucet for like a year. Hey. 1780. I'm pretty sure that the American spelling book was like the thing. It was a thing created by one of the American presidents, just specifically to make America less British. I don't even know if that's a conspiracy theory or true, but I like to think it's true because it's funny to me if it's true. Because that might actually be the most American thing I've ever heard, is doing something that's, like, inconvenient and, like, that nobody likes specifically to make something less British. Is maybe the most American thing you could possibly do. Certainly isn't unlikely. Well... Like, if we want to talk about stereotyping Americanisms, it's just like, make things less British. Probably the most. Okay, so let's pull this lever. Because you are only connected to this rock assembly. And I need this to be inactive. Once that's inactive, I can then open this up. And then these are going to pump into here, which is going to go down into here, which is then going to flood off this way and also down this way. And the excess will go out this way and go down this way. And so this way, I probably won't need to actually have this open for very long. That's what I'm hoping for. We got rid of you. I've read that joke before, and it's still funny, Cat Dodger. Yeah, it is funny considering you use the imperial system for measuring things and refuse to move to the like metric system, even though, I don't know, man, multiplying things by 10 is just easy. You guys, I think it's America refuses to swap off of the imperial system and use metric more just out of spite than anything. It's like, well, all of you are using it, so thus we'll use the old one because conservative values or whatever. Scared of change, blah. Labs use metric, yeah, because they're smart. Of course they do. I don't know. I use metric and imperial interchangeably. I use both of them. Because like it's just the way I was taught. I mean, if it's the only signs you have on the road, I could understand why understand why you like them. Why not Zoidberg? Kashmir. You only use nautical miles. Nerd! Okay, so I need to connect you to this. This is awful, and I hate it, but we'll do it. Well, I'll say this. Can we all just agree that measuring weight in stone is silly? Also, congrats on the 40 stream streak, Lanix. Thanks for continuing to watch the stream. And for continuing to hang out in the channel. Sorry, Stone. But I'm calling you silly. I think I'm allowed to call you silly. Without being considered a big meanie. Also, I need to say thank you because I was pissy earlier, but Suited Giraffe, thanks for 10 bucks. Hidden from the Sun, thanks for the 10 bucks. Thanks for the $20, guys. I think that, like, quadrupled today's revenue. Appreciate you, too. Thanks for helping keep this channel funded. I'm not sure what that lever was supposed to be connected to. So this is now all connected. Let's just go along here. Sindra.
Hello.
Thanks for the 14th month. Welcome back. Hello indeed. Jade is a much better weight measurement than stone, so why don't we just use gold then? What? Wouldn't it just make sense to use gold? Oh, I know what I need to connect that to. Let's make that lever again. So we're going to connect these to this, put a bridge here, and raise it. I mean, obviously the only correct form of measurement for mass in anything is quite literally bananas. Bananaforscale.com is a gift to society, and you cannot change my mind. It's the gift to society that society is unfortunately rejecting. And if society would just accept this gracious gift from the internet of nonsense, the world would be a much better place. Making a sewer system? I'm making a fountain and a dam. Yeah. And a water cannon, eventually. Primarily just a fountain and a dam right now. I barely see kilometers used here except for walking paths. Really? Well, today I learned that Scotland talks funny and has funny measurements. You're done with the insufferable asshats in chat? Sorry, Foulgy. I hope that your day improves. I could help improve it. I'm on the upswing now, I like to think. I don't think the chat still has insufferable asshats, but except for maybe me. I'm a bit of an insufferable asshat sometime. At least I'm self-aware enough to know that much. But hopefully your day improves, Foul. Okay, well, we've got some rock salt down in there, but no sweat, really. I am, however, going to go up to here and just plop a garbage dump spot right there. Go down here and do this. And I'm going to take this and connect you to this. Maybe pull that, but first I got to wait for these dwarves to get all this stuff out of here. You know, it's funny. Like, I think that's maybe one of the most commonly stated things to me, Daylani, is that no matter where I am in the fort, someone always says, I've never gotten this far. And to me, it's funny because, like, this is, like, mid-game. Early mid-game to me. Like, I'm just kind of messing around and building cool shit right now. It's like I'm not really doing anything that's, like, what I would describe as crazy advanced, but I'm glad it's interesting. Definitely fedoras. Definitely fedoras. Absolutely fedoras. No question there. Serene's fort did not survive. Rest in peace. Did you not make it to, like, water in time? Or, like, what part, what did you not survive? Like, because I'm assuming you needed, like, wood, right? Trying to think, like, what else is, like, mandatory on surface? Because you shouldn't be making your dwarves drink water, for one thing. Welcome back, Elfie. You've just never seen them yourself? I mean, hey, you know, if you live somewhere where a certain type of sign exists and you're used to using that type of measurement because that's the signs that are provided to you, more power to you, man. It's a hood, a hat. No, it's a place. That's how we got the boys in the hood, obviously. It's like, I've played San Andreas. I know how this goes. Okay, so we just need to link this up and then pull that lever. And once I've done that, let's also go into here and do this. Put a... What? Oh, okay, there is a gear assembly there now. I thought I put more of these in, but okay, I guess I didn't. And featherwood. So now all I need to do is just wait for this to go up. There it is. Then I can pull this lever and drop this sucker down. But I actually not yet. Oh shit. I just saw this dwarf walk in here. Pull it again, pull it again, pull it again, pull it again, pull. Oh, just. Oh wait, never mind. The power is not on for that. We're fine. Crisis averted. We don't need to worry about it. We can let it run. I was sitting here going like, oh no! Okay, well, no, this is disengaged, so it's fine. It's fine! Okay, that gear assembly needs to be rebuilt. It's also really something that will always be kind of funny about the rest of the world to me, as somebody who lives in a very, very, very large country, is it's really funny to see people talking about, like, things being far apart in Europe. Or like the UK or like Scotland or any of that. That's just funny to me because it's like, oh, I'm all the way up here. It's like, all the way? You mean like 2 hours away? Also, look at all of these dead pond grabbers. So this area becomes a pond grabber spawner when it's full of water. Like, one of the funniest things ever to me was when somebody I know got on an airplane and flew to Germany to hang out with a relative. This person lives in Poland. Like, an hour-and-a-half drive from that location. But they got on a 12-minute flight. And I'm like, why? And they're like, well, the flight was cheaper than a taxi. I'm like, yeah, probably, but like, carbon emissions, though. They're like, I don't want to be in a car for an hour. You travel for an hour in Scotland and you don't understand a single word people are saying. True. Yeah, true. See, Canada, that only really happens if it's, like Quebec. Or like New Brunswick. Or I guess Newfoundland. They could have just taken the train. That was my thought. I'm like, you're in Europe. Take a train. The heck, man. Okay, so then the other thing I'm going to do is this. This shouldn't overflow. So this is going to get pulled. That's now open. And now I can go down into here and pull this. Because I don't need this refilling. I need this draining. So this should get closed. And here's hoping that when this gets closed, it doesn't cause this to overflow. Because it might. It might actually cause this to overflow. But fingers crossed it doesn't, you know? Like, here's hoping that it doesn't cause it to overflow. Let's see. Does it cause it to overflow? Why didn't you close? The hell? Yeah, I've heard that there was a bunch of stuff added to DFHack. I have to look into it after stream, so I can make another video on this subject. Claiming to not understand Scottish is one of the ways that the English like to believe. You know, as someone with a lot of Irish heritage, I feel that. I used to hear my grandmother talk about that, but with Irish stuff quite frequently. Okay, so now the water is no longer being geysered out this way. So it's now leaving on this side, and also on this side, and also pushed down to here and ejecting out this way, which kind of not really that practical. So what I'm instead going to do is I'm going to do this, pull this, because I need to get that thing blocked off. So I'm going to basically swap these two bridges. And also close this. I mean, I could have just closed this, but I'm going to also close this. And then what we're going to do is we are going to go all the way over to here once this drains, fill this block in. Probably also dig this area out a little bit. And you should close. Okay. So now that that's open, we still have this thing pumping, which is going to pump water out. And now I'm trying to think, can I... Okay, you're blocked. So you're going to just sit here and pump water out until this water ceases to be here. So now we just need to wait for this sucker to drain. That's what we need to do now, is wait for this sucker to drain. So I guess we work on bedrooms. Who's the most pissed off dwarf? There's somebody's pissed. Oh, right. Well, you're insane. That's fine. Who else is pissed? Dominoc's kind of upset. Hopeless after suffering a major injury. Okay, here's what we need to do. I need to delete these two squads, and we need to build a better squad. That's what I need to do, and I need to get them training. So let's just start at the bottom and see if there's any dwarves that just really want to be in the military. You do want to fight. Are you brave? Dream of raising a family, doesn't care about loyalty. Has such an overdeveloped sense of optimism that he always assumes that the best outcome will eventually come to pass. So I think that Kashmir might not make a bad military commander, but he's also our cook. Nodokasa, I want to say, was... Actually, who was it? It was, Jezza. Seemed like they would be a genuinely good military captain. Although really wants to be with friends. Really wants to be with family and their lover died. 1 second. Yep, come in.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Primeval's up, you
Today I learned sliding glass window locks are very, very complicated. I have returned. Hopefully successfully this time. I've got no other like weird errands or things I need to attend to today, so we should be good. Should be good. So I think this is gonna be my militia commander. Got a bunch of vacant militia captain jobs I need to get rid of now, so let's just boot all these dwarfs out. Boot all these dwarfs out. And then I'm going to make a militia commander, and it's going to just be Jezza, who's the most fitting dwarf for this job, because turns out I just need like some competent fighters in this fort. The problem is, you've got some pretty serious old wounds, but should be okay. At least for training up a new squad. How about you, Dominoc? What do you need? You want to learn something? You want to be with friends? You want to do various other things? I think, Dominoc, I'm going to go make you into a scholar. Let you just go do that. Because, you know, we need to do some moving around of jobs anyway. And I think now is probably not a bad time to go about doing that. Mebzith, you want martial training. Would you fit the job? You doesn't really see the point in working hard. He finds decorum silly, a fumbling waste of time. Values are harmonious for existence. Is an optimist, is trusting, poor focused, hopeful. Huh. Well, at the very least, we're back now, Krampus. So let's get a round of beers for the stream continuing with no more unfortunate disturbances unless they're absolutely needed. This dwarf is making an artifact, but let's check it anyway. Does not care about anything one way or another without feeling particularly grateful. Is quick to anger. Could be considered rude. Can handle stress. Okay, so Moldath, you're going to be added to the military. Moldath. Tributes of shielding. And then the rest of these dwarves are just going to be Mark's dwarf squads is what we're going to do. So we're going to have a whole bunch of Mark's dwarf squads is what I'm kind of thinking. So big wall of Mark's dwarf squads combined with meditate on murder. Which is funny. This dwarf is meditating on murder, seems to be the sort of dwarf that would like violence, but doesn't handle stress. So can't do. Just absolutely cannot do. This is a fisher dwarf. You dream of raising a family. You don't really feel the need to be martially trained, though. You dream of crafting a masterwork. How about you, English? Dreams of mastering a skill. She finds obligations confining. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord. Okay. Triple Calci Crypt combo? I mean, there you go. Just remember, Nasty Ninja, you do need a subscription in order to use that. But because I haven't actually looked at the patch notes yet, what was added in the... Discuss the screw. I'm in my mind, they're talking about the opera, like Revenge of the Screw or whatever it's called. But we do apparently have dwarves that are very vigorously discussing a screw. I think I should make a lower floor to the library down here, too. But, here's hoping that when we get another dwarf in here, it's a little better. You dream of raising a family? Dwarf, please. Kokoroko, what kind of dwarf do you vanteth? I know that you tend to like military dwarves, which is currently what I'm adding, but somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. You want martial training, dreams of creating a great work of art. He has a calm demeanor, he isn't given to flight's fancies. Frequently depressed, great. Okay. One of these days I should do another no military fort and Kokoroko's just never gonna get dwarfed. It's just never. It's never gonna happen. Kokoroko, specifically, is right here. And he personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, values family, sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't particularly value craftsdwarfship. Is frequently depressed and can sometimes act without deliberation. Tends to hold on to grievances and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Enjoys the company of others and isn't given to flights of fancy and has a calm demeanor. A greedy streak and doesn't get things done perfectly. Bites his nails when he gets bored and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he is getting used to tragedy. Something I should also note, this was something I was doing while I was waiting for the guy to finish fixing my bathtub faucet. I looked at the weather for here, and it's for Canada, right? And it's like extreme heat wave warning for all of Canada except for this tiny sliver of the West Coast where it's like cooler than usual, which is right where I live. which, you know, hot weather would be nice for my tomatoes. And instead, my tomatoes look like they're going to die every time I go look at them. So, you know, it could be better, but I guess it could also be a lot worse. Let's just jump to a random dwarf. You're socializing up here. This is the other library chunk, right? No, that's a guild. Okay, well, you do have a very long beard. You both dream of raising a family. You want martial training. Dream of raising a family. Personally finds the idea of competition obscene, is disgusted by merrymakers, and finds artwork boring and doesn't really see the point in working hard. How do you feel about stress? He has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Occasionally overindulges, but you will like the process of learning, so I'm going to throw you into the military anyway. What's your name? Ficod? If Ficod, I would put you in the military. I'm going to throw you in because you're an adequate fighter. Let's throw the novice armor user in. So these dwarves are all going to go over to here, and they're going to begin training. And I'm actually going to remove Jezza from the miners, even though you're a legendary miner, and instead give mining to these two. The screw for everyone. Did you just type that in and look? Best part about the screw for everyone is everyone gets screwed. I mean, wait, what? Okay, so we're gonna go over here and we're gonna make this pit pond. Fill that back up. And I need to find a place where we can practice being Mark's dwarfs is something that we need to do. Thinking about maybe over here somewhere, like up here maybe. And then also attach this and get them using power, I guess. Problem is our military weapon supply is still pretty direly terrible. Came up in World Gen window? Oh, really? I mean, I still think that my favorite one was pulleys, the truth, question mark, question mark, question mark, followed by pulleys, the secret to society, and then pulleys, the downfall, and then pulleys have destroyed us. And then I realized that they were both being written by two different scholars who kept arguing, which I think is very funny. Dwarf's in a constant state of internal rage. I think I'm also going to throw Kashmir into the military. Yeah, he's good health-wise, too. This is asked, were you any good in the military? I actually can't remember. You saw Bobtron die, which was obviously bad for your mental state. You do want to fight, and you do want martial training. Dreams of crafting a masterwork. Personally finds eloquence and artful speed up putting is... in situations requiring skills, he's very confident, is easily moved to mercy, tends to avoid crowds, is often discouraged, quite polite, doesn't seek out excitement. Sure, we'll throw Aston here. I basically want to have one full squad. This Weaver needs martial training. He's also focused. Wow. Focused, and I didn't even try to do that. Personally treasures leisure time, thinks it is important in life, believes it those that sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. Isn't particularly ambitious and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and isn't given to flights of fancy and can easily fall in love or develop negative feelings. I'm a survivor, me military. Do you want to be in the military? Well, we'll take a look. Well, I'll tell you this, you have no interest really in fighting. You are wearing kind of a lot of... Okay, you have a bunch of stitches in your leg. Your third toe on your right foot is broken. I'm assuming that's healing. You are a competent hammer dwarf. You've been in the military for a bit. You killed a goblin, amongst other things. What is your mood, actually? Actually, you're quite happy. Yeah, sure, we can throw you in the military, Creed. Actually, Creed, why don't we put you in charge of the Marks dwarves? I'll just put you on no uniform right now. copper meteors. How about instead of the copper meteors, we call this the silver? Oh, okay. I was gonna say flaming, flashy, wet. The wet meteors. Bald. Because I think your dwarf is bald. You're the bald meteors. And this can be the tributes of shielding. Sure. How about the tributes of... Oh, I can't say the tributes of dams. The dank tributes. The tributes of age. The tributes of ale. Tributes of anger. Tributes of anger. I don't know. If you guys can come up with something better, let me know. Wet bald meatballs. I mean... It's better than hairy meatballs, I suppose. Okay, so none of these dwarves are going to be good at this. You need martial training. You're a clother. Personally values self-control. He doesn't seek out excitement. He isn't given to flights of fancy. He uses a calm demeanor. He's pure, unusual, blah, 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 blah. I think maybe what I might actually do is just put everybody on Mark's dwarves, pretty much. Mebzith. And then I can get them, like, periodically training, fighting, and amongst other things. I also need to check how many bedrooms do we need. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 4 bedrooms, and then we can let dwarves go do whatever. This needs a cabinet real bad. Because that dwarf's clothing is everywhere. Up here, this is going to be another bedroom up here. And maybe an office down here. While we wait for the water to drain, because that's what I need. I need the river out here to drain, so that we can then go down to here and fill this up. But we're also going to need to wait for this to drain, potentially. Oh, I see. It's filling from over here. Duh. Okay, well, I guess the easy way to do this would be this. Let's deconstruct this. Channel down these. Build stairs up right here. Go over to this. Go over to this. Go over to this. Channel down this and this. Deconstruct this, which is also going to power it down. And then just dig through it. Cave her in. Copper Meteors is a good name for Mark's Dwarf Squad. That's kind of what I was thinking, was like Silver Meteors, because we're going to be using a lot of silver. But could I call it the Copper Meteors? Yeah, I could just go with the Copper Meteors. We could just go with the Copper Meteors. I think that's what we'll do. This dwarf was found dead, dehydrated. Are we putting you in a tomb? Okay, hold on. I need to make a tomb for this dwarf. Let's see. Do you get assigned? Well, here's hoping. Let's go to you and see what you're working on. Okay, so our strange mood is just running around. Let's follow you. It's the coppers. Scram, yes. Not to be confused with the popo. That'd be kind of neat if this dwarf actually had everything they needed. I'm sorry, what? It looked like this dwarf was running away from... No, okay, I thought this dwarf was running away from something, but the frame rate just sped up quite considerably. I wonder what caused that. Huh. Like, we just went from, like, 50 frames to, like, 70. Okay, now it's slowing back down. Now it's coming back down to earth. What, for, in like, naming things in Dwarf Fortress? I didn't know. I mean, I don't actually really follow what is and what isn't a word in Dwarf Fort. I just know that I have not a ton of materials, so my options are basically limited to whatever the enemy brings me. So we'll just say armor, headwear, legwear, bodywear, footwear, shields, crossbows. I'll call this crossbow. Confirm and save, and you guys can just have crossbow. Sweet, I actually have stuff available for it. Now I just need to build the thing. I can't tell you, chat, how excited I am to be able to take a shower and not have my shower scream at me like it's dying. Which has been like most of my recent history while I was trying to take a shower. I'm actually going to forbid that. I don't know who that is. Though, I mean, the last name is familiar, but I don't know who that is. Suited. That's one thing that's kind of sad about working full-time for yourself online is whenever a celebrity dies, I know immediately. Like, minutes, usually. Like, meanwhile, my parents can live in this beautiful bliss of, like, never knowing that a celebrity died. Although, I think that's actually just being chronically online in general. Like, being chronically online, if a celebrity dies, bang, you know immediately. I mean, I'm assuming probably a well-known actor. Probably somebody I do know and would know if I saw their face, but I'm just real bad at, like, immediately identifying people. Oh, right. Okay, so MASH is one of those things that, like, I've seen on TV once and never seen a full episode of, so that would probably be why. Everybody, like, references MASH like it's this very, very, very common thing that everybody's seen, which probably most people have. I just somehow completely missed it. MASH anything. TV show, movie. I didn't know that MASH existed until I was an adult and had a full-time job, because the first time I encountered it was I was at my job on TV. So, yeah, no, quite literally, I have no real connection to MASH whatsoever. MASH, the series, is great. I've heard great things about it. I mean, like, the kind of war series from similar-ish eras that I watched was Hogan's Heroes. Like, I watched a lot of Hogan's Heroes, but never watched MASH. So I can tell you I've seen nothing when it comes to TV. So you didn't watch it? Yeah, I mean, I didn't have TV, right? Like, my first real dabblings in the realms of being a human being who has a TV didn't really begin until I was an adult. And at that point, I was like, well, why would I buy cable? So I got a Netflix subscription, like every person my age, and then forgot that actual television exists. And because I wasn't raised with it, if it was something that was on TV when I was younger, I also still wouldn't have known. Mebzith, you, right there. Okay. So this is all of that area. I can actually move this door. It moved and ended as soon as you moved out from your parents after that. TV is Grandpa's YouTube. I would say like Fox News and like those other very sensationalist entertainment news stations are kind of like Grandpa's just chatting. 5 minutes and already forgotten? I don't know. I still think about Neil Peart. I still think about Norm Macdonald. No, Grandpa's podcast is AM radio. Come on. Get with the program. And Grandpa's Ventrilo is ham radio. Sorry to those of you ham radio enthusiasts in chat. I know that there's at least 2 of you. But yeah, no, I think for me, it's like the celebrities that pass away that I remember are usually people that are in bands that I listen to actively. Hey, I listen to AM talk radios, so. Because sometimes I just want to listen to out-of-touch old men yell about sports, and it's kind of fun. Yeah, Robin Williams. Yeah, I still feel Robin Williams. Yeah, there's definitely like celebrities that I remember when they passed away, but yeah, I don't know. It depends. It depends on like how much of an impact they had on your life one way or another. Like, or if like for a film buff, an actor passing away would probably be something that would be pretty rough, right? Like for me, another one that really fucked me up was Linkin Park, right? Linkin Park shutting down. But that being said, the later era of Linkin Park was, I'm going to be very generous, awful. Moldath, the Stonecrafter, has created a chert earring and offers it to the Big Fall. And all this nonsense now that they're doing with AI, as far as I'm concerned, is almost spitting on his grave. So yeah, I don't know. Losing Chester kind of sucked, but the last few years of their music wasn't good, so... let's see. Let's go read this ring. Anything interesting on this ring, Dwarf? This is a chert earring. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular chert cabochons and round wood opal cabochons, and decorated with sheep's wool and encircled with bands of black bronze. This object menaces with spikes of chert. On the item is an image of a wood opal in iron. This object menaces with spikes of chert on wood opal and iron. On the item is an image of Ezim Delgulf, the human, and Elbow Killed. That's a name. Elbow Killed, the giant dingo in chert. Elbow Killed is striking down Delgulf. The artwork relates to the killing of the human Delgulf by the dingo Elbow Killed in the Dunes of Serenity in the year 252. On the item is an image of Bastet, the dwarf, in ohm leather. On the item is an image of Bloodthorn in bronze. What the fuck is what? Deep sea fishing? This is what? An earring? You can go on that pedestal in the middle of everything. The AI Linkin Park set? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are various members of the old Linkin Park lineup have really weird tastes in scams. I'll put it that way. Like lots of weird not even weird. Lots of kind of sad NFT shit and stuff like that. You know, it's meh. That's kind of all I have to say about it. It's just meh. Just meh. But they've like generated music videos and stuff, and they like used AI to replicate Chester's voice to like release unreleased demos from Meteora. It's on one hand kind of cool, on the other hand, That's all I really have to say. It's kind of like the same. I feel similarly to that stuff as I do about like Dio holograms and stuff. So, I don't know. Maybe it's for somebody. I'm not the target audience for that. With money more than art and such, I'll have you know that Fred Durst is a national treasure that you should not be talking down. No, I don't disagree. Shoutouts to my dude Fred Durst. But yeah, I don't disagree with that take. Not a wrong take. I think that there's just a lot of... I think getting popular in music is similar to getting rich in business. You have to be willing to fuck people over and take advantage of every single opportunity you get, regardless of the moral quandaries. And I think that similarly to things like politics and similarly to things like any kind of popularity-based industry, like Twitch, if you want to be rich and famous, you kind of have to be an asshole. And every now and again, you get a really, 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 really good individual. They've done the same with Pink Floyd. Really? Fuck. I didn't know that. Every now and again, you get somebody who is genuinely a good individual in the industry. And those are the ones that we have to protect. Which is why, like, Gautier got the fuck out of the industry as soon as he got big. He's just like, you know what? The hell with this nonsense. I'm out. And like I said a minute ago, I respect it. Because I would be very tempted to do the exact same goddamn thing. AI-generated video. You know, there's only one instance of an AI-generated music video and also album art that I'm not mad about. And that is Unleash the Archer's most recent album, Phantoma. The reason I'm okay with them generating their album art and also using the same thing to generate one of their music videos, the reason I'm okay with it is because they hired an artist and paid said artist to make 5,000 images, very small variations on things, and then used that artist's work to train the AI that they then use to generate their album artwork. I think that's pretty cool. Like, they literally just gave this artist 2 years worth of work to make very small variations on the same drawing and like make little tweaks to train a very specific style into this model that they used. And that's pretty fucking neat. I don't know. I'm kind of okay with that. As long as you're just not like, you know, grabbing Dolly Mini and like just generating some nonsense. Also, we're in an ad break now, so I'm just going to pause while I place a few more things. Oh, no, absolutely. That's the reason they told them to create like dozens of images of a similar kind of scene to generate a thing in a very particular style. Yeah, I don't really see the issue. But the result is this kind of uncanny look to things, and I think it's pretty cool. Doesn't Fred Durst make bad movies in Russia? No, I think you're confusing him with what the fuck's his name. No, Fred Durst is still touring with Limp Bizkit. What the fuck's that guy's name? Seagal? Yeah, Steven Seagal. That's his name. Steven Seagal. Not Seagal. Although he looks like a seagull. Yeah, you're thinking of Steven Seagal. No, Fred Durst is just continuing to write bad music and be self-aware about bad music. And also has like a bucket hat now instead of like the red hat, because he was wearing hats that looked like Make America Great Again hats before Make America Great Again's hats ruined red hats. Which is like a very weird sentence to say, but it's true. Wait, hold on. I just assigned this to two different ones. Oh. You already have a bedroom. Okay, well, let's do it this way then. We'll give this to the fish cleaner. And the fish cleaner. So, Aban gets both of these. And then down here, I'm going to put another bedroom office. And I think that's just about everything for everybody who's in the fort right now. What I do still need to do is expand, because we're going to go back up to, you know, an extra... Did I just lose another dwarf, or am I going crazy? We still need to expand back up to 55 dwarves, but once we hit 55 dwarves, I'm then going to bump the numbers up again. Let's go with Atir the fish cleaner. Atir the fish cleaner. 2 more. Triumph motorcycle hat that you can't wear anymore because people think it's something else. It also starts with a T. Damn, that's pretty bad. I mean, he is in fact a shitty person, Steven Seagal, yes. Is this door built? No, it's just sitting there. Also, that's a very good way to describe Steven Seagal, Merlin Buff. I approve this message. Very accurate visual and mental image. Yeah, no, I heard that alert that popped. I adjusted some settings on my end so I can hear things better. All right. Turns out I have an audio device that allows me to like adjust bass and treble. And treble was pretty far down, so I certainly didn't hear that. Or I wasn't hearing it yesterday, rather. I have a question. Why in the world is beeswax honeycomb considered a tool? The hell? Although if you want to see some like action movies that are as bad as The Room, you might like some Steven Seagal movies. They are horrible, but do only get them from the Pirate Bay, because you don't want to give that man money for his nonsense. Interesting. Salt rock jugs lose their Sprite when they have honey in them. Huh. These I can get rid of. These I can get rid of. That I can get rid of. Those I can keep. Why do I have a glazed stone statue? What? Job? I don't have any glazing. The hell? Bone bearing, make bed, wood chest. Get rid of these throne jobs. All right. Now, talent agent in bed, he could make anyone into a movie star, and Steven Seagal was his physical trainer from the gym. That, you know, there's part of me that is like inclined to believe that. But that is some nonsense, let me tell you. How's the drainage doing down here? Excellent. don't actually need to cave nonsense in, so we're good. So we'll just build that, because this is all draining effectively, which is nice. This isn't quite producing enough power, but it's doing okay. There is a pond grabber in here. I was waiting for that. How many pond grabbers are in here? How many? I love this pond grabber spawner I've made. Like, I've accidentally made a pond grabber maker. By giant wild boars because you forgot to finish a moat around your fortress entrance. Oh, no! Yeah, let me tell you, giant wild boars, especially if agitated, big threat. Not friendly. Not nice. Because he's an Aikido master, and I also trained, and now he's all cringe. Here's the thing. There are lots of people that you can think are cool as a kid, and then as an adult, you look into who they actually are, and you go, oh. And you know what? It's don't feel bad about it, because we all make mistakes. Quite literally. We do, in fact, all make mistakes. Let's just move all these. I do need to break back down into the caverns. Just kind of scared of it, to be honest. So you guys right here. Tell you guys to, like, equip things. Let's see if I can get some more shields, because I do have bars, I'm pretty sure. So let's do 3 iron shields. Honeybee Royal. Jenny, we have 3 honey. So I can go here and tell you... Oh, no. I can go here, I think. Tell you to make mead. Look at this. We can now make mead. Hallelujah. So, chat. What would you guys prefer to see me do? Build up defenses and attack things, or try and reclaim Cavern level 2, or Cavern level 1, rather. Or rather, claim Cavern level 1, because I never claimed Cavern level 1, only Cavern level 2. What would you guys prefer to see? Because I could kind of do either, but if I'm going to claim back the Caverns, I should probably do that before I start doing other things. Because I could start digging out here, and then working our way down. What does claiming a cavern level mean? It means taking over a thing that currently I don't have control over because it's full of, monsters. Okay, so this right here is going to be an archery range. Let's put down some flooring. Featherwood logs, sure. It works. Claim what is rightfully mine. So we're going for the first cavern layer. The reason I would suggest cavern layer to you guys, if you guys actually have a preference, which I'm not sure you do, the reason I would suggest go for the caverns is because there is supposedly metals on this map. I haven't found them yet. Claiming that, or going after that cavern layer would make finding metal more likely. Which currently would be quite helpful, actually, if I had a better supply of metal, because then I could just make weapons. Because we still haven't found a single source of metal. All of the weapons I'm using were either purchased or made from purchased metals. Actually, let's just do this. And just go down a layer. Let's go right here. Let's fill this up with blocks. Fill this up with blocks. I don't know if it's necessarily... So I'm pulling this out of YouTube chat, and they say they tried my approach of less metals and that it's definitely more challenging. I don't know if I would say it's necessarily more challenging all the time, but it certainly causes you to be more focused, and the acquiring of materials is almost as important as, like, building. Like, it makes you reprioritize in a way that I really enjoy. Okay, so these guys are just going to be on monthly orders. They're going to periodically train. And I'm just going to go down to here, and anybody who doesn't currently have a full-time gig, and by full-time gig I mean has multiple jobs next to them, is just going to be tossed into the Marks Dwarves to start learning how to shoot a bolts at a crossbows. Such as cathode ray tube is going into here, as well as Serol. And also Atir, why not? I like how there's just bolt, singular. But it looks like we actually have enough crossbows, which I think is kind of shocking. Also, I didn't hit update on those quick enough, and now we no longer have shields again. Whoops. Pretty sure most of these dwarves are probably just running around claiming materials, but... The dodging demonstration, waiting for fighting demonstration. You're picking up equipment. Giant wrens and giant thrips. Yeah, honestly, so I put out a short of me just like cursing a whole bunch recently. And that's because I like untamed wilds biomes. I'll be honest, I really don't like untamed wilds biomes with flying enemies. I find those to be like just kind of obnoxious more often than not, and just require turtling. And man, I wish I actually enjoyed that shit. Look at this. We got mead. We got mead pots. Thumbs up. Like, I quite like the untamed, like the agitated animals that are on the ground. It's when it's untamed wilds and also they can fly. Ah, jeez. Well, screwed this up. These are fancy iron bolts. They're iron bolts that have images on them in silver. Well, regardless, they're training. I'm just gonna take them off of training temporarily. So that they can, so that we can, you know, build these. And also this down here. Can I check you? Awesome. So because this is now good, I should, keyword here is should, be able to turn this on and close this. So this should hopefully work properly this time. Although the issue is it is going to send pond grabbers into here, which is its own kind of funny. Here come the children to get killed by pond grabbers. So that side's open. This is now draining. Just need this to get dropped. Did I not pull you? I thought I did. Oh, okay. Well, pull that, please. So then this gets flooded in. And now there's pond grabbers in here going, da-dum. All right, well, that, I would say, is a successful redirection. So now that we've done that, I can check something, which is, yeah, okay. So once you've made dirt down here, it does stay dirt, which is nice. But the actual front door for this fort is right here. This is the enemy siege front door. I'm gonna pull that, open this sucker up, so that we can go back to actually building up defenses. And this I can close. The other thing I gotta do is I gotta go over here and I gotta deconstruct this. Because right here, I'm gonna dig stairs going down. We're gonna go down to here and then over one and then down. And this is gonna go down to cavern layer 1, which this one just narrowly misses because that goes to cavern layer 2. Let's go to here. And we'll work from there. But first I need my military to train up a little bit. Be interesting to have a cooperative first-person game kind of like Deep Galactic, but slower paced and building a fortress instead. I mean, I think the only problem with that is it does actually sound like you're describing like a dozen different games. But I don't necessarily disagree with the concept. I think that could in fact be quite interesting. Should be nerfed to only spawn once each time you disrespect nature. Here's the thing. Go into your difficulty settings and you can customize it extensively. So if you think it should be easier, make it easier. You just have to dig into your difficulty options a little bit. That's all you got to do. Sweet, and I already have a stair that is up here. So this is going to be my Marksdorf tower. Well, I mean, when they say mine like DRG, I assume that they mean mine more like Astroneer. You know, more like physicsy terrain deforming instead of like, you know, less blocks. Because Minecraft is very blocky, right? Ah, man. Never mind. Not putting that there. I guess I could put it here? Yeah, okay. We'll do it on this layer. We'll do it on this layer instead. Yeah, I mean, that's also an option. Turning it down and then back up as needed. I mean, I've definitely done both of these things. Oh, I was going to say, well, there's definitely not actually an aquifer right there, so. Okay, so now that we've got this is all dug. I may go one layer further down. And give me a bit more leeway, I suppose. I'm kind of... I kind of think I should make a trap hall before I dig into this area. But to be honest, that feels kind of cheesy. I don't like the way that looks. Continues after playing, your browser stops supporting the border radius and your nipples become square. Ah, right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't dislike Minecraft. I think that Minecraft is one of the most important games of the last 10 years. And as far as I'm concerned, I would rather people play Minecraft over a lot of other games. I think that Minecraft is definitely a healthier creative activity for kids than a lot of games. So honestly, I kind of have nothing against Minecraft. I think Minecraft is pretty cool. I do honestly think that Minecraft is pretty cool. Especially considering it is like digital Lego. And Lego hasn't even managed to make digital Legos, so... I'm glad somebody figured that stuff out. You know, the important things, like how to make digital Lego. I think this could be another barracks here, potentially. I mean, here's the thing. I don't think you can make a first-person DF. Because the reason Dwarf Fortress is interesting is because the player has total top-down control of a group of relatively believable and mildly hysterical little characters. So because we have so much total control over these little dudes, that's what makes it Dwarf Fortress. The second you throw other players into that, it ceases being Dwarf Fortress. So I don't personally think that you can make a top-down Dwarf Fortress because it's not Dwarf Fortress anymore. Like, it's certainly something else the second you do that. Not trying to say that that thing is bad, but, you know. Let's say wooden balls. Ball? Spiked balls. Spiked wooden balls. Excellent. But yeah, I don't know. I think I like Dwarf Fortress because it doesn't require other people. And the thing that you need to remember about the natural selection games and also all of those like pseudo RTS games with players that people tried is people tried making them and then they stopped making them. And the reason they stopped making them was because nobody played them, right? I think that if people had played them, you would have seen more of those games. But they stopped making them because the studios all went bankrupt. Like, I personally feel that while the idea of games like, what was it, not Nuclear Throne, it was Nuclear something. It was like Nuclear Dawn? Yeah, Nuclear Dawn. Like, RTS just went esports. You know, I was listening to Jeff Gerstmann's podcast this morning, and he was talking about how he genuinely thinks that esports is just kind of a scam. And, you know, I'll be honest, there was an era there where I really did enjoy watching, like, StarCraft, and also to a degree, I really enjoyed watching several other esports games like League of Legends and Dota. But the more time I spend staring at esports, the more I kind of hate it. Like, I don't know. It just seems like a combination of child exploitation and like bad people. Like, you know how earlier we were kind of briefly spoke about how rap rock just kind of acquires bad people? I think esports is kind of the same thing, except like more tech bro-y. I mean, maybe I'm completely off base here, but it really seems that way. I like how nothing is getting done because everybody's like, you know, practicing archery and doing completely unrelated things. You're a dabbling Marksdwarf now. Let's set you guys to no orders so that you guys can go help. Same with you guys. Let's actually set them both to no orders for right now. Good day, Napalm. How are you? You bet it's elfish adult toys? No, those would be grown spiked balls. Come on. Snark. I mean, it is funny. If it wasn't funny, we wouldn't be saying it. I don't think elves make grown spiked wooden balls, no. But if they did, that's what they would be grown. They wouldn't be making spiked wooden balls, because those would imply that they're not grown. Basically what I'm saying is elves make spiked balls for grown-ups. Dwarves, on the other hand, I'm suddenly concerned now about this sentence, so I'm just going to leave this conversation elsewhere. I need a lever, and also I'm in an ad break, so I'm not going to unpause the game until the ad break is done. Say that the gambling aspect is by far the worst part of esports. I think that's the worst part of sports, not necessarily esports. I think my issue with esports is it ruins video games and it ruins video game communities. Because esports is really cool when it happens organically. When a community of people who play a game decide that they're going to host tournaments. That's when esports can be really cool. When it's like a groundswell thing. When it is a planned thing and games are designed around it, it almost always fails. Like, find me an example of a game that was designed for esports that is financially successful in their esports endeavor. Because I don't think it exists. That's it. Like, I'm pretty sure that thing doesn't exist. Okay, can we just, like, agree as a community to not consider chess an esport? Chess is its own thing. It's in its own little box. If you genuinely are going to come at me with the argument that chess is an esport, I will just dodge out of this entire conversation. Yeah, board games in digital formats are their own thing. Well, I mean, Dota 2 is financially successful, but the international isn't what makes Dota 2 financially successful. Dota 2 is financially successful because Valve doesn't need to make money. But whenever one of these goes out with the intent to make money, requiring to make money in order to continue existing, they always just slowly downsize until they cease to exist. Can I repeat the question again? Is there any esports league that was built around a game designed specifically for esports that is financially successful in its own right? I'm not talking about the game being financially successful. I'm talking about the league being a profitable endeavor. That's what I'm talking about. E-car racing? Well, I mean, I can tell you for a fact that those aren't financially successful. The reason esports racing happens is because actual race car drivers do it for fun and then they get large piles of views. If there isn't actual race car drivers in like esports for like sim racing, nobody watches it and they do horrible. But yeah, if anything, I think probably sim racing is maybe the one of the rare examples. Yeah, and I'm considering chess to be in 100% its own category. I'm not even considering chess for this question. Let's make 2 more iron shields. Okay, so I have pigtails right now. Let's go kitchen, pigtail, oh, no. Can't wait until this UI works again. There they are. Stop brewing those, please. Thank you. All right, so now I'm going to go down to here, and I'm going to go down. Oh, no, not down. Let's go up. Right here. Process plants, please. Process plants, please. LCS has been a massive loss leader, and it's also gotten downsized a lot in the last few years. Like, they keep laying people off. Like, I feel like all the news I hear about LCS these days, and I could be wrong, is that they just laid another longtime caster off. So that's been my knowledge of LCS for quite some time. Although I used to watch LCS. I loved watching LCS at one point. Yeah, but you've watched it more recently than me then, Travenoid. Okay, so we're going to mine out a little chunk of this and then dig into here. So I need to check this burrow, because I am going to lock the dwarves into a burrow. Because we need to very carefully peek out into this. It's going to be the only safe way to do this. Just going to wait for these doors to appear. And then right here, I'm going to make a barracks. I'm going to get this top squad training down here, even though they're storing their stuff at the upper one. We're going to set them to train. Bring them down here. Dwarf immediately falls asleep. Caravan has arrived. I think we're just going to do this first. We're just going to sell clothing and whatnot. Once we're done selling clothing and whatnot, we are going to then invade the caves and try and take them over, because they're either going to be almost impossible to take over and an absolute mess, or they're going to be totally fine. Oh, that's one thing I wanted to do. Kilrud. I'm gonna sell the 2 instruments that I made. And also all the extra instruments that I'm not using. Oh, I don't have a broker? Excuse me? Was somebody found dead that I missed? Apparently I lost my broker as well as my chief medical dwarf. Shadow Absorber, you are getting a promotion to broker, and my chief medical dwarf is going to be Dastot the Scribe. We'll do that. Overwatch League is like one of the biggest losses in esports. That and like, because like NHL and the NBA both made official esports leagues that worked alongside of it. Okay, so Diamond, please do us all a huge favor right now. Stop just stating board games and card games that already existed and were profitable outside of esports because it's a moot point. Sheesh, mate. All you're doing is making me roll my eyes and go no repeatedly. Because that's all you're doing. Just make me roll my eyes and be like, buddy, have you died yet? Many times. Will you die yet? Again? Probably. Anyway, because Diamond is not respecting the basis of this discussion, I'm just going to start ignoring Diamond's responses. So I'm going back to normal Diamond activity. The most recent beta branch, Rev, in the YouTube chat. I'm not your buddy, pal? Good. I didn't want you to be. I'm here to make entertainment, not friends or something. Well, the thing is, Valve gives that money away. The International operates at a loss. I am running through on native. I'm not running through Proton. I do need to swap to Proton if I'm going to play adventure mode, though. That or mute all sounds, because the bug that makes adventure mode super crashy on Linux is audio driver related, apparently. Which apparently they could fix, but then it would then just make the game crash on Windows. And the majority of the players are on Windows, so. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out loud with the whole esports is a scam thing. And the more I think about it, the more it feels true. All it does is it makes communities insufferable, and it makes me want to play the game less. Like, to me, it just kind of has the opposite effect that you'd think that marketing would want to have on games. Like, admittedly, I've enjoyed watching some esports in the past, but it certainly doesn't make me want to play the game more. Maybe I'm just old, I don't know, but... All right. Well, you guys found you guys answered my question. Then you found the one profitable esports endeavor, but at the same time, I'm not entirely sure I would point at Dota as a game designed for esports, because Valve is generally not the sort of company to market a game as designed for esports. They market a game as competitive, and then if people want it, then they make it an esport. But seeing as we never had a Dota Underlords competition. You don't think watching most physical sports makes you want to play? Sure, but it's much easier to follow and understand what's going on in a physical sport than it is an esport. You like imbalance in games? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just old. I'll just accept that. Chat, I'm old. More at 11. I think that comparing esports to real world sports is kind of a moot point that defeats the whole purpose of the argument. Because people who like sports enjoy seeing humans participate in physical activity, generally, because that's what it is. It's physical activity that humans participate in, right? Whereas esports, each esport is unique to the game. Skills don't really translate from one game to another. If a game dies out, then the entire league dies. You don't really have, like, the NBA dying. So I think comparing sports to esports is a little silly, but whatever. F1 is a sport for people who like technology, right? I honestly, I got a funny look once, but I compare, like, Formula 1 to Robot Wars, sort of. It's corporations make big robots, and then you watch crazy people drive big robots, and biggest robot windeth. And also, the reason I like F1 isn't because of the imbalance. The reason I like F1 is because it's the only sport that I've ever watched in my entire life where cities don't fall into flames and riots when their team loses. Everybody's just happy to be there, and it's a pleasant experience. Have I ever watched Isle of Man? Yes. Well, parts of it. Not the entirety of it. It's kind of hard to watch the entirety of it. It's the closest thing we have to modern-day gladiatorial combat. Here comes the forgotten beast that I was waiting for. So this, which is currently incapable of moving properly, has killed 6 forgotten beasts, 5 elk birds, and 63 other things. I'm going to erase all of this so that the dwarves run inside. I'm going to cancel all of this. And we are going to go down into here. I'm also going to erase this. The dwarves run away. And here we go, chat. Speaking of sport, let's kill this forgotten beast for sport. Or try to, anyway. So this particular forgotten beast is Githu Bloated Mites the Profane Itch, which is a huge salamander with lidless eyes. It has large mandibles and it scrims and fidgets. Beware its fire. I forgot this thing had fire. Hold on. That's why I put these doors here. It's also rotting. Huh. I wonder. I need to know. Because now that I think about it, I don't know if the drawbridge is going to launch it or crush it. But with it sitting there, might as well test it. Might as well test it. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that the, I was pretty sure that it being here would actually just block it. He just won't move. Yeah. Well. Here's what I can do. Let's move her forward a little bit. You don't think that you can launch or crush forgotten beasts with bridges? That's what I was under the impression of as well. Is that it just wasn't a thing. Tell it the Elden Ring DLC is coming and it'll run back to its den? Yeah, it'll run back to the den and start trying to 100% Elden Ring so that it can be ready for the DLC, right? That is how this works. trying to think. How can I... You know what? Okay, let's do it this way. I'm going to smooth and fortify these two spots. But then what's going to happen is it's just going to shoot fire through and kill my dudes. You don't have the funds for the DLC at the moment. It's making it really sad. Fortunately, it'll still be available in a couple of months. How about we go this way? Except dig down. And then we're going to dig all the way over to here and into there. And what this is going to do is we're also going to dig over to here and go along here. And this will be a lower layer, and I'm going to tell my Mark Dwarfs to go up in here, which will give us a bit of an advantage against this thing. Nope, Forgotten Beasts don't need air. Basically, I could crush it with a boulder, but that's no fun. I want to fight it. Shields are very good for fire, but I'm very limited in my shield materials. Although I could make wooden shields. But that also depends on your dwarves' skill with shields. And I can tell you right now, none of my dwarves are particularly skilled with anything. So, there is that. Where are you digging? Oh, you're all the way up there. It's like, why is nobody digging this out? It's because they are, and they're just up here. They were just off camera. Ever so slightly off camera. Okay. I'm glad I saw that thing coming. Wood block can block a flamethrower? Oh, I mean, true. I was like, what do you mean? Wood block can block a flamethrower? Excuse me? But no, I see what you mean. For a little bit. It's just not going to be a very long period of time. Because Forgotten Beast can't shoot up. Something important to remember about Forgotten Beasts is they can't shoot up. And this one also can't fly. Putting us at the advantage, I would say. Even if something is flammable doesn't mean it can't block fire. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, in this game, wooden walls can catch fire, but only specific things can actually cause them to catch fire. Okay, so we've got a lot of smooth walls going, a lot of plants getting planted. Let's see, how's our cloth doing? Pretty piss poor, but hey. Web spitters and fire breathers can't shoot up. Neutron dwarf. Fight them in a stairwell. Although fire is hard to fight in a stairwell because smoke goes up. And smoke is actually what's dangerous about fire spitters. The fire is bad, but like, it's no worse than like poison, right? The issue is it catches the ground on fire and then the dwarves can't see, so they can't block. And then the enemy just gets free hits in, which is bad. Surprise. They don't really suffocate. No, I mean they just can't see it, so they can't dodge out of the way. And because they can't dodge out of the way, then they just die. They're just sitting dwarfs, like sitting ducks, you know. There we go. Stuff's getting done. Getting those done. Getting this done. Getting that done. Finishing up the last of this sucker. I might just lock it in here because it is fire. Because it is fire. And I do need to be aware it's fire. But I also need these to quit getting forbidden, which I don't understand. I don't know why this stuff keeps getting forbidden right here, but here we are. Why do these keep getting forbidden? The hell? Is anybody constructing a thing? Okay, so you're constructing a building. Okay, you're carrying a door. Weird. I don't know why those kept getting forbidden. Don't dwarves want smoke after being inebriated? Is that a question or just a statement or a joke? Because currently in the game, mechanically, no. No, they don't. I kind of wish they did smoke, though, because smoking is pretty dwarfy. For the same reason that alcohol is dwarfy. Dwarves are all about weird vices and engineering. This dwarf doesn't feel anything after being inebriated. Wow. Joke, got it. I mean, it is like the one dumb feature I've wanted in this game for a really long time. Why does this keep getting forbidden? I was gonna say, are you gonna tell me it's because of this fucking web? Grr. Oh, that's why. I don't even know how this door fucking got here. How in the world did I end up with not one, not two, but 3 different doors stuck right here underneath this thing? I'm super confused by this. How in the world does that even happen? Anyways, we can get these doors now, I guess. Job cancellation due to water? Yeah, but I'm just trying to figure out why they passed exactly there. Because 7 deep water going through like that can cause job cancellations, absolutely. But why did those doors end up right there? That's so strange. So I haven't traded doors at any point. I am kind of baffled. Honestly, I'm kind of baffled. Huh. Because DF? I guess so. I mean, it's the only logical explanation. Weird. All right, well, that's sorted. It's like, how the hell? Okay. So now that's done. Let's lock this door. Tell these dwarves to go stand right here. Nope, nope, not there. Right here. And let's fight this sucker. Wish me luck, chat. Hey, Napalm Sideburns. How dare you? That's my joke. I love how he goes directly to this door. What a guy. Because I have to unlock that door to let him through. Just gonna pause game. Unlock this door, unlock this door. Nope, didn't do anything. Okay. Well, the bright side is I can just pull this lever now. Pull him inside. Lock him in here at least. I think that this this beastie here smells trouble. That's what I'm sensing. Waiting for that lever to get pulled so that that bridge closes. Waiting on one more dwarf for construction purposes. All right, now I can just unlock door, unlock door. Oh, there you go. It's decided to go be adventurous. Wish us luck, chat. And now I can lock this, I can lock this, and I can lock this. And, hey guys, you wanna shoot it, maybe? No? What? No, they all have bolts. They're all fully equipped with bolts. I've even checked. Here. See? Bolts. It's got to be the exact angle that it's at. Okay. Well, what I can do is I can turn the burrow off now. I will smooth and fortify this spot right here. Because it's just stuck there, I guess. Go around. Yeah, we're working on it. We are, in fact, working on it. Obvious, I guess, like, they just can't shoot directly down right next to the bottom like that, which is a bit unfortunate. Which is a bit unfortunate, honestly. We're in an ad break, but meh. We'll wait until this is sorted. I think I do need to increase the population on this fort, though, because it's getting kind of annoying having to do complicated builds with so few dwarves. Can you please remember to mine that out next? Thank you. Mark Dwarves being Mark Dwarves? No, I think it's actually just intelligent Forgotten Beast tactics. Because the intelligent Forgotten Beast realized that if it stayed very carefully in that one specific spot, it wouldn't die. Honestly, I think that's just a smart beast. I don't think that that's Mark Dwarves being Mark Dwarves. Mark Dwarves can't aim at that angle, and the beast knew. And it was already in advance. Especially when you've got, like, everybody with their own boutique-y little jobs, right, Sen? Yeah, we're gonna have to go around the back. We'll just fortify this one tile in the center. I've got a dwarf who's claimed a clother's shop, which is kind of fun. I'm just kind of amazed that none of them got a single shot off at it when it came through. Mm-hmm, totally. It's like all windows have blind spots. I don't fully understand people's, like, rampant dislike of Mark Dwarves, though, and the continued, like, statements that they don't work. It's like, what? Like, what are you smoking? Because they definitely work. Are they, like, one-stop shops, no-brain killing machines? No, but they do definitely work. And I've had many a legendary Mark Dwarf that has done many a legendary thing for a fortress. The FG is in deflad? What? Son? Alright, we're gonna send them up here. Well, this guy can definitely... This guy's just running back and forth in fear now. How did you walk all the way up here and do this, but now you're terrified? Make up your mind, man. Make up your mind. That's funny. Can't click because this poor dwarf is just petrified. Oh, there you go. Now they're shooting at it. It actually scrambled away from a flying iron bolt. Let's just unpause and watch these bolts hit it. What? Can I not click that button now? Huh. Anyway, it's having trouble breathing. Since... Hey, chat, can you hit this button? This one? Because it's not letting me click it. I may have found a bug. All right, well, bolts are flying. It rolls away. Really now. I don't know if I believe that it rolled away. Is another one offset? Oh, is it offset? Is it like a UI size issue? Nope, doesn't seem like it. Going off to go get more ammo. How about this? How about this? How about this? I've got an idea. This might be a bad idea, so I'm gonna have to run this pretty slowly to do this safely. But I'm going to tell these dwarves to go stand right here on this side. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to unlock this door and see if it makes it move. That wasn't what I wanted to have happen, but hey, I'll take it. So now Mebzith, the recruit, is now down and in with the creature and immediately catching fire, but it is giving the dwarves, fortunately, hopefully a better shot, at least temporarily, on the creature. Sorry, Mebzith. I didn't want you to die like this, but you will die with much honor as the creature then goes and stands in a spot where we can't get to it anymore. Rest in peace, Mebzith. I wasn't really planning for that to happen, but it didn't do anything, unfortunately. Why is it making me click and drag? What? Click. Move there. I don't understand. Rest in peace, Mebzith. Hey, his leg is left, which means I can actually give him a tomb. So that's nice. Okay, well, it says that he already has a grave, unless I just misread that, so. Can you not drop animals into the pit as bait? Not safely. I mean, let me tell you this. I could just cave the cave in on him and insta-gib it. I'm trying to kill it with Markstor. I would like to kill it with my crossbows, because that's cool. Are there other ways I could do it? Certainly. I'd rather not. Like, there are lots of different things I could do to kill it. Dropping animals in as bait isn't really something I could do safely, because then I would need to open up a hole into there. And if I can get down, it can get out. So I would have to throw them multiple levels, which would probably just kill the animals, which isn't going to do much. I mean, at that point, if we're talking about, like, bait and whatnot, I could just literally go up to here, right here, and just cave this in and just smash it Which, like I said, where's the fun in that? At least I don't think that's particularly fun. Maybe you do. Why do you keep doing that, game? What the fuck? Like, that's not supposed to be a click and drag command. It never has been. Why is it now? The fuck? And it's not because I keep clicking the wrong one either. Anyway, they're firing more bolts now, back and forth. That's what we need to see. Well, we've definitely broken a few bones on it. It is bleeding, too, which is a good sign. Bleeding on and off. Yes. I've stated yes, it can multiple times. So do I need to say it again? If I were to dig down from up here, it could get out. Even a center one, potentially. It's gaggling on its own miasma. It's been rotting for a while. I mean... yeah, it's been rotting for a while. Seriously, though, game, why do you keep making me use a function a way that it's never worked before? There you go. Now you're letting me do the single button click. It's not because I keep hitting the combat thing either. Like, I'm hitting the right tool. It's winded. Starting to melt. Yeah, this is also good training, so keep at it. It's mostly dead. That and also dropping things in with it would require me to, you know, it's got a bolt stuck in its mandible. Another thing that would require me to do is open up the caverns, and then all sorts of other threats would come out, and it's like, so it's either I deal with this threat or I allow other threats in. It's kind of one or the other right now. I must have just been clicking the attack button. That must have been what I was doing, but it's still, it's bizarre. All right. Heavy bleeding, that's what you like to see. Ah, God damn it. The bleeding stops so quick. Now I'm actually running out of bolts. For those of you going, so you're running out of ammo yet? Yep. Actually, never mind. No, I'm not. It's just a matter of them going and getting it now. Good thing they're all, a bunch of them are acquiring more ammo, though. Like, you didn't have any. Now you do. Also, I wondered, did they just take... No, they didn't. Okay. We have actually acquired more ammo. Another forgotten beast has come. A huge one-eyed llama. It has 2 narrow tails and a bloated body. Its green hair is long and wavy. Beware its poison vapors. So... that's convenient. How about we tell these dwarves to go train? We lock this door. We open this door. Fuck NDA, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back, dude. It's been a while. Hope you've been well. I'm thinking we let this sucker in. That's what I'm thinking. And in the process, I send my soldiers back over here. Well, the beasts should... I think I should just get rid of this door, actually, just entirely. Because this door is kind of redundant, now that I've built this little walkie-way. Oh, hey, he moved. Now we can shoot him. Look, see, he's in the middle. Although, that's assuming they have ammo, which most of them don't. So let's let this dwarf run over here, build this, and then I can just unlock this. Here we go. Excitement ensues. Come on, dwarves. Shoot at him as best you can. Creature is on fire with heavy bleeding. Do any of you even have ammo? Starting to think you don't. Two of you do. The two of you who have ammo, are you here? Okay, it's Ulfsire and Moral, who's all the way the hell up here. Who does in fact have bolts though. How about you? Where are you? Okay, you're also very far away. So it's basically just Ulfsire. Ulfsire, have you fired a bolt the last 10 minutes? Please fire bolts. You have one job. This guy is just a bundle of miasma right now, isn't he? That is something. That is something. Hopefully this one is more shootable. Well, it is, and they are shooting it, actually. Like, Creed over here was in fact just shooting it. See? He's firing at it, and he says, I was caught in smoke underground. That's very annoying. But this one still just refuses to move. I'm looking to see if there's another area I could put a stairwell. So what I could do is I could go, wow, that's an aquifer and a half. Let's just go build this. Oops, nope, one over. And I will build in front of this. And I will build around this, or dig around this. That Forgotten Beast is no longer with us, and then I'm going to try unlocking this door. Because then it'll move over to this door, probably. Encountered an issue with ballista arrows not being able to hit Forgotten Beasts, which lost the ability to stand. You want to know why? Because they're lying down. Imagine this. Dwarf Fortress is a lot like Paper Mario. If something is lying down, it's flat. In fact, I have an older short. I can't remember which fort it was in. But I have an older short of a scene where there is, I don't know, like 30 or so of my dwarves trying to, how do I word this? There's about 30 or so of my dwarves trying desperately to fight against, about 30 goblins trying to fight against one of my dwarves who's asleep in bed and none of them can hit him because they're just missing the whole time. So very similar to that. I would think of those two things as one and the same. Basically, if there happens to be a dwarf that is lying down, congratulations, they have a massive dodge bonus because nothing can hit them. It's just one of those fun little weirdness things about Dwarf Fort. The strongest goblin warrior is not the brightest. Okay, they said to send their strongest, not their brightest. Perhaps if they send the strongest, then eventually we'll qualify for the brightest. Saying it gets paper flat when it's lying down. Yep. Because he woke up. Yeah, he was just sitting there sleeping and just dodging all of their attacks. None of them could hit him. And then he woke up. And then he immediately died, right? Because he stood up and just head gone. So in adventure mode, you get bonus dodge. Yes, lie down mid-fight if you want extra dodge. Although adventure mode, it's not as true. It's still true in adventure mode. It's just not as true. Okay, what? Oh, I see, because Burrow's on. It's like, why you know oh, right, duh. It's a lot of coal. Trying to dig down into this area in 2 locations. Here, let's just do this. And this, and then grab you and just do this and say, use this the chalk boulders that are here, and maybe this dwarf. Nope, you're sleeping. Never mind. Well, regardless, here we are. We're making it. We're making it. I have no idea. Ilmirin. I have absolutely no idea. Okay, dwarves, can we construct these, please? Anytime this year. I'm waiting. Okay, you know what? I'm going to let these dwarves go get lunch if they want. Because I need both of these done. The funny thing is this creature could just leave right now. As he starts to sort of leave. And then proceeds to go back to where he was. Oh, man, that's too funny. Hey, dwarves, can you guys, like, you know, get ammo, please? I need to just put an ammo stockpile down here, maybe. More specifically, just a bolt stockpile. Because I know I have more bolts. It's just a matter of getting them. What's up, Space Potatoes Unite? How united are the Space Potatoes in this fine day? Well, some of them are getting bolts. Store item in stockpile. See, there are bolts around. It's just a matter of them being close enough for them to grab. Oh my god. I'm like, chat, I think I need to retire. I'm getting too old to remember that dwarves are even fucking doing artifacts. I'm starting to feel old. Chat. There we go. This will be more effective now. Although I don't actually want to remove this, I just want to stop doing that. There we go. Now they can just sit there and pluck away at it. I mean, I played the video game for Space Potatoes. It's called Space Plan. And I would highly recommend Space Plan, because Space Plan is really good. So they're basically just going over here, grabbing a singular arrow, and then just running away now. It's basically the way this whole thing's going. I also should probably put a door here so that dwarves stop having panic attacks at some point. This is great training for my military, although it's really bad morale for my military. Because they are quite hungry. Yeah, they're getting hit by bronze bolts and iron bolts and stuff. God damn it. How dare you walk up this way? Here, let's open this up. Go that way. Go that way, creature. Creature, go that way. You know you want to. Door's open. It's right there. You just need to walk that way. That's all you gotta do. It's very easy. Or don't. That's fine too. Yeah, it's a really good little story game. I really, really, really like Space Plan. There you go, it moved. I wonder if they can actually kill this thing. I'm mostly just kind of curious at this point. I've committed so hard to trying to kill it with my Marks Dwarves that I want to see if they can kill it. Because they keep getting it, and like they are doing damage to it. Like it's not like they're not hurting it. Let's actually just make a patrol route. This will be easier. Hello, Fraga. Hope you are existing and doing all right. There you go. Dwarves are firing bolts at it. Anyone wanting to see the short of a dwarf that didn't die until you woke up? Thank you. Heavy bleeding. Just need you to stay heavily bleeding for a little bit. Because I need you to, like, die of blood loss or something. This keyword here is or something. Like, if these were any kind of normal threat and not, what is it, a gigantic salamander? Huge salamander, not gigantic. So it's not as big as it could possibly be, but it's still pretty big. It still can't stand. That's probably not helping, the fact that it can't stand. Well, the thing is they're hitting it, right? Like, you see, they are fracturing its bones. So they are hitting it. The problem isn't them not hitting it. The problem is them hitting it consistently enough for long enough so that it dies. That's the problem. Because they need to keep it bleeding long enough that it bleeds out. But at least it's heavy bleeding now. And I will say, this is doing some real good work for the training of my dwarves. But they are pissed. Now, except for Creed. Creed's having a great day. Creed's just like, I cannot stand by. I mustn't feel vengeful. Anyway, let's just I feel enjoyment upon improving stuff, and I'm just sitting here remembering a performance and whatnot. But I'm thirsty, so that's kind of annoying. Wake up and immediately die, I think, is more what happens there instead of... He doesn't wake up dead, but, like, he wakes up and then immediately dies upon waking up. Specificity. I'm trying, Fraga. The dwarves are working as unenthusiastically as they possibly can. How is this trauma? I guess they did watch their friend die. Come on. This thing refuses to fucking die, man. I'm not dropping a rock on it, Chad. I'm just thinking about it. Thinking about maybe dropping a rock on it. Floating the idea around in my head. Not to kill. I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure they were ordered to kill it, man. I'm pretty damn sure they were ordered to kill it. I never said I was dropping a thing on it. I just said I'm considering the idea of maybe dropping a thing on it. How dare you suggest I'm not committing? I mean, I suggested I'm not committing, so... Certainly wasn't you. Oh, so that's never going to get built, because that's too far away. Let's do that. You're not wrong. Yeah, they were ordered to run in circles around the thing, not to shoot it. You are correct. Well, it's bleeding heavily. Good lord. How much blood does this thing have in it? Because, like, it's definitely more than many things. They're still shooting it. It has grand achievements? What grand achievements? Aside from training my whole squad up to legendary, probably by the end of this. What's your name? Bloated Mites, the Profane Itch. So, statue. Let's say rock statue. Rock statue. Not to be confused with a rock stat holiday. The Profane Itch. There you are. Boom, done. We'll make 5 statues of it. It's real bad for moods. Real bad. Okay, so you're there, you're coming in. I still think it's funny that it could just leave if it wanted to. You know, let's try this. Oh, actually, no. I'm just going to drop a thing on it. I'll give the dwarves until I'm ready to drop a thing on it to kill it. Oh, shit. Well, this actually, hold on. Nope, don't drop a thing on it. In fact, actually cancel everything. Because we need this thing to kill these bats for me. That's what we need. Get them, boys. Take them out. Now I can send the military back in here. Cavern dwellers, hey, send them back to the darkness, they say. How many drams are in those pools? A dram is 1 ounce of liquid, if I'm not mistaken. Because I hear the word drams a lot in 2 places. Caves of Cud, related things, and whiskey. So creature seems to be attempting to leave, so I will close this. I'm gonna send the military up this side. So they can go try to fill it up with bolts. Well, pop through the door again. It's bleeding. It's pale. That is a good sign that it's pale. Okay, I'm gonna open this up to try and turn it around. Lock it again. Runs up. Dwarves are back to shooting at it, I hope. Let's put you guys back onto this route. As moods just continue to plummet. I wouldn't be doing this way, but this thing has fire, man. God. I don't know, chat. How you guys doing? I'm just kind of sitting here with, like, no real inclination of what the hell to do with this thing. Oh shit, they killed it! Oh my god! Holy fuck! I am in awe. I guess it finally bled out. Wow. I have no words, chat room. I have no words. To raise it back up quick, I don't have a necromancer in this fort. Haven't even tried to obtain one. Okay, so this is gonna get forbidden for a second. Unforbid that. Priority high. Oh. Let's try this again. Just in case. Yeah, no. There's, I guess, nothing left of it. All right, well, we can get rid of this door. And I'm just going to throw some well... I could just put in something kind of silly into here, but... I might make something kind of silly. We'll see. Got a dwarf that's claimed a clothes shop, apparently. What? Oh, right. Yeah, that's the one that went insane. That I completely forgot about because that fight lasted so long. In other news, is this thing working? It is. I can turn this off. Or delete that, rather. Okay, now that we've done all that, let's try and move into the caverns, shall we? Oh, hey, look, giant rat. Where the hell is this giant rat at? There it is. I wonder if that's considered an invader or not. Oh, no, not you guys. I want the upper ones, the melee dwarves. No, because there is no slavery in Dwarf Fortress whatsoever, and this includes making slaves work. Or making prisoners work, rather. Okay, so this is where this becomes kind of a problem. So no, there's no way to make prisoners do anything. Well, fortunately, they won't stay up here very long. We're going to send the military up to here. Go up. Well, that's not really what I wanted you to do, dwarves, but okay. Diamond Destruct is now injured. I'm going to add a few tiles to the burrow right here so that Diamond Construct can go get help if he stays there. I'm going to move dwarves up into here. Let's walk down this way. Diamond Destruct was found dead. I think that was my mayor. Yep, it was. We have a new mayor named Aban. I'm going to tell you this again. There is no way to make prisoners do any work whatsoever. If you, for some reason, had a prisoner in a cage, you could put the cage into a minecart, but I will just simply repeat myself because I have no other way of actually answering this question. There is no way to do anything with prisoners in Dwarf Fortress. Rewording your question is not going to make me give you a different answer. It's just going to make me simply state, you still can't do that. I hate to break it to you, but you still can't do that. Sorry to disappoint you and ruin your day, because this game doesn't have mechanics that work the way you want them to. But it's the best I can do. Tree fitty. Thanks for helping, Int. I very much appreciate you. Hi, Alana. I'm in a terrible mood and having a bad day. I hope your day's been better than mine. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, everybody. How are we all doing? All right. I need to find your bedrooms. Yes. This can cease being yours. It can be this child's. This can cease being yours and be the same child, I think. Yep. So what they said, got it, Dizzy Pixie. You're so grumpy. It was good. Played Project Zomboid. You played Project Zomboid. Ah, well, we're playing Dwarf Fort. And in a little bit, I might be playing some Caves of Cud, or I'll just rage quit the stream and move on with my life. I don't know. We'll see. One of the two. Jury's still out on the ladder. But, let's see. Are we putting diamond into a tomb? Crab God? The heck is Crab God? It's a new one to me. Alright, well, they should put diamond into a tomb at some point then. Project Zomboid is actually an advertisement for orange soda best antidepressant. What if you're diabetic though? Then it's just like pain causer. It's like the opposite of an antidepressant. It just causes you pain. Okay, we're gonna run over to here. Which I'm assuming they can get to. Guess not. Let's go here then. Instead, there they go. I guess they can't path to an area that hasn't been discovered yet. Well, the more you know. Sapphire Demo, Bauxite, Shallowstone. I literally don't need gems, game. I need metal. The hell. I know it exists here. I settled here specifically because it had that stuff. And now I can't find it. Gosh damn it. Well, this is different. It's limestone. Maybe we'll have a little bit more luck over here. It's always an option without sugar. I've literally never seen a sugar-free orange soda with the exception of sugar-free orange soda energy drinks. And being completely honest with you, I don't actually like orange soda that much, so I'm good. I will say, I do like apple soda, though. Hope stream was good. I hope it was good for chat, because I'm apparently just in a terrible mood. So you'd have to ask chat to, like, get an opinion on that, Diamond. Or not Diamond, Devilish. Because I'm just cranky today, apparently. Nothing has been particularly bad, it's just... I don't know, I'm irritable and cranky. Which is weird, because, like, I slept okay, so I don't know. You know there is Fanta Zero? I don't know if it's Fanta or just the region that I'm in, but, like, I literally only ever see 1 liter bottles of Fanta, or, like, orange Fanta in the dollar store, and then the mini cans of orange Fanta in Walmart. I've never once in my entire life seen any other varieties of Fanta, sugar-free or otherwise. So I think it might just be where I live. It happens? Yeah. Hopefully it'll pass. I don't know. I was in a pretty good mood earlier today, but my mood is just kind of degraded, and I don't really know why. Like, I'm kind of perplexed by it, to be honest with you. Also, chat room, when is that Elden Ring DLC coming out? Because I should just take a... Should I just take a week off when it comes out? Because everybody's just going to be playing Elden Ring or watching Elden Ring, and... Whenever there's releases like that, I genuinely do think about it sometimes. Mostly joking, but I do genuinely think about it sometimes. Tonight at midnight Eastern time. I hope more than one person tunes into the stream for tomorrow. Europe in 14 minutes. Oh, okay. So what you're saying is set your VPNs to Europe then. That's how I read that. I don't know. You'll be here? Aw, thank you. Okay. Wait. Okay. No, that... I thought I hit a very different button. Okay, so let's go down to here. And just kind of extend all of this. Morrell was found dead, reason dehydrated. Which is unfortunate. Do you ever have that moment when you think, man, fuck, is there an earthquake happening? And then realize, no, it's just some asshole with a very loud bass speaker coming out of the underground parking lot? Or is that just me? 'Cause I literally just had that moment. For a second there, I was slightly worried. It's midnight Japan time. No money for ring. You're staying with Grumpy Canadian. Got it. That or I could be super, like, salt-seeking and, like, go stream Caves of Cud and title my stream something like, playing a better RPG than... playing a real RPG, none of them action-adventure games. I don't have anything against Elden Ring or FromSoft games. I just think it's funny to call them action-adventure games because it makes a very specific portion of those games' audience very, very annoyed. There are bitter oranges. I think it's just bitter oranges. I think you can make bitter orange wine. I know it's a cooking ingredient. But I think you can make wine out of oranges. Okay, so you guys are off duty. You guys are all training. Busy dwarfs. They call it a Souls-like. I would like to just smile and nod and pleasantly state that they do very much call it an RPG. But I don't know. To me, Souls-like games, and Dark Souls games, obviously, like those FromSoft games, they have more in common with, like, Legend of Zelda than an actual RPG. Which isn't a bad thing. I mean, some people call Legend of Zelda an RPG, which I also think is silly. But just because I think something is silly doesn't mean it's, like, wrong. I just think it's silly. Hold on. Let me double check if you can make wine out of oranges. Dwarf Fortress Wiki. Waiting for that to load, which is loading kind of slowly for some reason. Bitter orange. Some dwarves like bitter oranges for their fruit. They're edible and cookable. They're not brewable. So no, you can't make wine but some dwarves do like oranges for their bitter oranges for their fruit. Okay, so this area down here will be real easy to block off, so let's just block it off. Make a smallish, safe-ish area. Once we're done smoothing a bunch of this, obviously. Could probably go around the edge of this and do a little bit of sealing off of spaces. There is a lot of silk here. Actually, hold on, I wonder. No collecting web jobs, eh? Really? I find that kind of hard to believe. I'm going to go into here real quick, and I'm just going to go down to the stills and put that on thing, and then I'm going to pause a bunch of jobs. Because I've got a bunch of jobs that all need to be paused, because I need dwarves to be doing other things. Turns out, it's funny how that works, but... Okay, so we're just going to go along the back here and just go funk. Okay, I'm also going to probably install a couple traps in here. I don't know if I... Yeah, okay. We'll just use those spiky balls that I was making, which is why I made them. No, I mean, the plant properties was cookable and edible. So dwarves can eat them raw and they can cook them as part of meals, but there is no drink properties for... No drink-related properties for such things. So, oh no, indeed. But your dream of making orange soda in Dwarf Fortress, I gotta say, it might be a farce. Might be a dream that will never fully work. A dream that you will never be able to actually 100% achieve. We're gonna have to fix these moods again, jeez. Some of these are getting constructed now. No orange juice. Nope, definitely not. You think they're a bit off that? Sorry, but doesn't alcohol have natural carbonation in it, or am I very confused? It does, but it isn't typically that much. Well, interesting, I suppose. I'm also going to move this down one to here so that I can go. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to just go along this bottom line right here because this will be a pretty easy spot to just seal off. Feels like it's been a long time since I got migrants last. Even though I definitely got I definitely have just lost all my dwarves since the last migrant wave. It's just been a while since the last migrant wave. It's not like I've missed any either. Oh, I think I have web collection disabled actually. Yes, no automatically collect webs, no automatic web collection. Let's just do small amounts of web collection so I don't end up crazy. Web, collect webs. We'll just say repeat seasonally. Let's queue up a couple at a time. I think it's just because that Forgotten Beast fight took forever. I don't think it's actually been that long of a time. Also, let's mine this out. Actually, let's just channel this out. Let's go up. Why only 44 dwarves? Well, we had 55. The thing is, the answer to all questions like that is always going to be the same, yes. Because that's the theme of this fort. The theme of this fort is I can't increase the population until every single dwarf is named, or every single dwarf has a tomb, bedroom, and office. And I have increased the population. I'm just waiting on a migrant wave. What? Just Res? I'm confused. Hello? It's good to see you too. I'm confused as to what you were trying to communicate with that sentence. Hence why I'm asking. Greetings, Nox. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing all right, dude. Because the way that reads is like, nice caverns, noob. It's like, what? But like, okay. I mean, if that's the way we talk now, I guess thank you. I do think they are quite nice, in fact. Got lots of cave spiders and trees and stuff. And other various fun possibilities or fun abilities, as nobody calls them. But I'm certainly not a noob, so I guess like I'm just confused as to what you're trying to communicate is all. All right, let's also run this way with chalk. Cool caves, dork. Yeah, that's how that reads. I was just trying to figure out if that's what you intended. In DF than he has in real life. I can tell you for fact that is not true, but it's a close competition. It is pretty close, actually. In some aspects, it's pretty close. Skywell the Weaver has created a conical pigtail cap. There you go. So your dwarf's still alive. Yep. A little bit pissed, though. You're currently constructing buildings. You've killed a Crundle and a blind cave ogre. You have a very long beard. Cool caves, dork. The average colored player. It does check out. Also, someone needs to go get the Twitch name Nice Caverns Noob. Someone should go snipe that if that doesn't already exist. We're gonna set you guys to no orders, but still being active in the vicinity so that they can help with things. Okay, not too bad. Could be a lot worse. But that'll help us have a bunch of extra hands. Because right now, a lot of the stuff I need to do is I just need extra hands to get a lot of this mining done. Or not mining, but like construction and whatnot done. Can we make this into a chat meme? Like nice caverns with just like random lines behind it. Because I think that could be real entertaining. I also don't know why that dwarf's just running off. Don't care about rules, eh? Oh, fine. If it works for you, I guess. Just like dead things everywhere. Gorlax. Critters galore. It's something. It is something. At least that side's cleared off now. I also realize it loses legitimacy as a meme the second you say, can we make this into a meme? But I still maintain this. Dead cave wheat, dead quarry bushes. We're in mid-spring. Too many jobs. Not quite enough dwarfs. Go around there. Nice meme new. Noted. I take that as a yes then. All right, well, let's just let the caverns work themselves apart for a little bit while I sit here and wait for this ad to end. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. Sorry about the weird moods and the all over the placeness of me today. Noob Caverns. Noob Caverns. Okay. Nice tickets, Darren. Yeah, no, honestly, that's probably what it is. It is actually quite warm in here. It's not like unbearably warm by any stretch, but it's definitely warmer than it has been all of this year. Like today is actually the hottest day I've had this year, which is nothing compared to most of the US. So, like, I can't even complain, which is why I'm trying real hard to not complain about the heat because, like, yeah, it's hot today, but also I genuinely feel that I don't have the right to complain because it's hot today, in air quotes, is significantly cooler than it's been in most of the world all year. So, yeah. A singular migrant has arrived. Really? Just one? The hell? An individual has migrated. You know, honestly, I wouldn't move here either. The housing is nice, but like, man, should meet the neighbors. It's kind of rough. Okay, well, that's done there, so that's good. Getting these done. Maybe actually don't channel up, just dig. How I can pass the days without swimming or an air conditioner? I actually got rid of my air conditioner. I gave it to one of my neighbors. I might go buy a new one. I'm like undecided because I didn't use it at all last year. And it's supposed to be an abnormally hot summer everywhere except for where I live in North America. So like the greater Vancouver area, like basically like West Coast BC is supposed to be like cooler than normal. Whereas like the rest of everything around here is supposed to be significantly hotter than normal. So I'm just kind of sitting here going like, well, it's supposed to be hotter for all of you. But for me, I don't really mind the level of heat that we're supposed to get. But it depends on whether or not we actually get that level of heat or if we get a lot more heat. If we get a lot more heat, yeah, I might have to, you know, look into another AC unit, but I did get rid of that thing for a reason. I don't really want to be using it. I don't like how much it, like, accelerates the expense of my power bill. Yes, me. What kind of dwarf do you want? Any preference? That's been up for like 2 hours. Just got Dwarf Fortress and you've been watching YouTube videos. You have an issue with how to make a way down because my trees are down elevation, but my dwarves can't reach since I'm at the top of the mountain or something. How do you make a way down? So hold on a second. We're trying to chop down trees, right? Are the trees designated to be chopped down? Because I have a question. When you designate them to be chopped down, are you chopping them down in the bottom or in the middle of the tree? Because sometimes it lets you say, chop down a tree like this. The dwarves will never chop down the tree like this. They'll only chop it down if the bottom is labeled. So if the top is labeled, they won't chop it down. There is a bat person right here. That would be my assumption, or my first guess. I mean, it could be wrong, but that would be my first guess. Okay, so Kashmir just walks up and executes the Batman. Joker would be proud. No comedy here, that's for sure. Just realized there's an area over here I haven't explored. All right. Go back to whatever the heck you were doing, dwarves. What, the Joker would be proud? That's not even a unique joke. I make that one all the time. It's not even one of my better ones. How dare you think I'm funny? I assure you I'm not. Oopsies. I've lost my spot. Where the hell am I? Here's where I am. All right, well, I need this tree chopped down too. And right here we can do this. The rest of this is all just being waited on. It's starting to look like a usable area. Should also probably lock off this side. Although actually probably the best way to do this would just be to allow up to here. And just seal off the top side here. After I allow up to there and mine this out. So we're gonna mine that out. I'm gonna go up to here and just go this stuff. This stuff, this stuff, this stuff, this stuff, and lastly, this stuff. Also, if you're truly on an elevation where they can't path to trees, you might channel down and channel into the trees. Yeah, no, definitely what Sven said. Yeah. No, I mean, the nice thing about this chat is it doesn't really matter when you tune in. If you tune into this chat, someone can help you with your DF-related problem, even if I don't see it or can't. Another thing is, on my Discord, there is a room called DF Help and Questions. If you have any questions for Dwarf Fortress-related things, that would probably be one of the better places to go. If not, the Kit Fox official Discord is also a pretty good spot. Rumble. Okay, so now there's a lot of hauling related jobs for down here. Let's also go wood spike. Wooden spike. Wooded spike. Menacing wooden spike. Then let's do just 30 maybe. Welcome to the rest of the Dwarf Addicts. Dwarf Addicts Anonymous, where we simply encourage your addiction. Okay, so let's jump up to here. I'm just gonna set you to cut gems. Indiridius, you can go cut me some gems, please. Are we making honeycomb? Oh, I see. Honeycomb is paused. Aw. Where you dig a hole for yourself and climb in. Definitely. Man, my moods were so perfect like an hour and a half ago. Then I drowned 10 dwarves. And also, you know, all of this happened. I'm sure this stuff is very much helping. You know, all these lovely teeth going into here. These lovely mangled skeletons. Yeah, it's doing wonders for the general morale around these parts. Although somehow we're managing to butcher these Ratha skeletons, which is always fun. Which is always fun. My name is Eurist, and I have some problems that I sure can't. I can permanently solve with lava, but I'm looking for alternative options first. Is probably the way that would go, right? It's nice that we have some migrants now. We're now just, you know, sitting back up at 52 dwarfs. Such Drothlabone. Let's just make bone crafts. And because I'm probably going to have a lot, let's just make 100 bone crafts. Because I don't actually have that many piles of bones lying around, but I'm sure there's some. Okay, those are finally getting done. I also think it's probably wise for me to just do this. This will speed up the process of going up and down a lot. And I'm going to put a drawbridge right here. And I will connect this to a lever that I can pull pretty easily to, you know, seal this area off. We'll also put a door here. Do what the Victorians did and assume different skeletons belong to the same dinosaur? True. Maybe that is what the dwarves are doing. Getting texted, what? There is an argument over which building in my complex owns a tree and whose job it is to prune it. That's funny. It is 4 centimeters past our property line. Well, technically this was through Signal, not SMS, but sure. You'd prune it? I mean, yeah, I would too. But usually when arguments like this happen amongst the strata people, I just say, you fucks figure it out. I will side with the victor. I just don't care enough to take part. Which I've done a couple of times recently where I just go, you know what? I'm not going to take part in this debate. You guys can figure it out. It's fine. You have to go to bed? We'll see you later, dude. Cheers, Dalkin. Thanks for hanging out for the time you have. I love it when I receive emails from PAX and they're just like, hey, person going to PAX, it's your last chance to buy tickets for this thing. And I'm like, but I have a media badge. What? I already have ticket. Why are you telling me to buy 5 one-day passes in a package deal? Like, there's no situation for me where that is a smart thing to do because I already have a ticket. And I didn't have to pay for it. So, how about you take me off this email list, PAX? Also, for reference, I'm going to PAX West this year. So if anybody here is in the Seattle area, or if you're going to PAX West, give me a holler. Oh. A force of vile darkness. Chat, okay, so I need to test the tidal wave. I just need a dwarf to pull this lever quickly before they make it into the fort. They don't have much time. Who pulling lever? Ast is pulling lever. Ast is pretty close. Pull the lever, Ast. Come on, Dwarf. I asked you nicely. Do it. There we go. Sweet. Okay, so can't believe you could just mouse over the guys to see, what the invaders? These guys? I mean, I'm gonna do it now. I needed to get those doors shut. They remember it's a rendition of the Fated Ruthlessness, an image of an oxial melody pipe. The image is a symbol of the Deceiver of Depressions, a goblin civilization made from kakapo bone. What are they equipped it with? Copper and crap. All right, so my doors are sealed. Just seeing. Oh. I managed to lock snatchers in my fort. Well, good on me. Get him, Dwarf. Come on, Kokoroko. You got this, Dwarf. Oh, right. There's still this door. I forgot about this door. I always forget about this door, admittedly. Where the hell did they go? Did they get out? Do I need to lock the other door? I might need to lock the other door. Nope, they're just chilling up here. Well, we'll send these up here. They're just, you know, high-speed chasing them thieves. This is 4-hex. It's like the goblin equivalent of forehead. Whereas this goblin is now exploding into itty-bitty pieces and is no longer with us. Thanks for the free bag, motherfucker. Same with you. Well done up there, English. Kokoroko, or Kashmir actually killed this one by bashing it in the head with a silver warhammer, which crushed the skull, which is also pretty vile. This dwarf over here, Cathode Ray Tube, fired a bolt at a Forgotten Beast most recently, so you didn't do anything. But somebody else killed that one, so that's those 3 dead. Now for the siegers themselves, where the hell are they? Not the way I was expecting them to take. So they may suddenly appear in my fort. I'm not actually sure. So I'm just gonna kind of watch them, see where they go. Because I don't actually know what direction they're going to pass. I haven't tested the tidal wave yet. So this is going to be a first for this fort, I think. Hold on, just let me pause for a sec. Because I have to go to this and smooth this. So I'm thinking they're going to go this way. I'm thinking that's it. Gubbins? Oh, they're there. When you discovered a diagonal cursed path finding, I'm generally pretty good at sealing those off. It's usually like there's a very real chance like there's an area maybe like here that they could get in, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe like, I don't know. Anyway, where are you? What this actually means is I need to add I need to add another ramp down so that they have more means of access. You know, I love it. I love how bad some dog owners are. There's this dog that keeps barking. I just heard the owner just shout, "Stop it and shut up." It's like, how to not train your dog? Like, quite literally, how to definitely not train your dog. All right, well, they're booking it this way, along here. I'm just going to wait for them to reach about here. Although, actually, I'm going to wait for them to reach this line. Yeah, my Mark dwarves aren't going to be able to shoot much. So I'm just going to take them off of station and just get them to do this. Pull this lever. Because this lever's first. Really isn't that many of them, is there? Is there more of them back here? There's got to be. Yeah, okay. There certainly is. Well, took too long for a dwarf to get down here. A miner's been found dead, excuse me. Oh. How did... Oh, okay. I remember how earlier I was saying there's a very real chance they may get in this way somehow. Well, about that, one of them did. So what I'm going to do is send my military in this way. Because this is where they're going to pop out of, I think. Yep. It's okay. They seem to have been able to... Well, Uvash up here seems to have done a good job and managed to kill 2 of them, while the rest of them come running down. The enemy goblin siege is still running, although I'm going to say they appear to be trying to run away now, which means maybe it's a good idea to actually open this gate back up and I can get them on the back end as they try to escape. But maybe not. Actually, maybe don't open this back up. Maybe do. Maybe do. What I really wanted is I just wanted a large siege, but I guess we're not getting that today. But what we are getting is, you know, more sieges, which is different than previous where there was no sieges. Oh, the dwarves are going in. This isn't even going to be a contest, I think. I want them to start running. I want the siege to break. It appears that Uvesh is just like soloing all of them. How many do you have? 1 notable kill. 3 other kills. Good on you, I suppose. We also have a goblin in this thing. Burr is his name. He must be chilly. All right, well, there's still a few more incoming. So let's lock this again. You need to be dumb to enter that reservoir? Well, I mean, Goblins 101. Not exactly known for their intelligence, shall we say. Also, I think they're running. Pretty sure that siege is done. All right, well, let's just throw insult to injury and turn this sucker on, because it's pretty cool to watch regardless. I think I need a lever that's connected to everything that turns the pumps on and also drops the bridges simultaneously. I mean, actually, how about this? Instead of pulling this lever, let's pull the fountain lever. Because I'm not entirely sure if the siege is broken or not, but I think it is. Because it seemed real small, and they do seem to be running to the edge of the map now. This goblin is locked in mortal combat with a camel. So that's good. An eternal mortal combat. It's weird that there's no texture for the ground of this. Oh, it would help if I unpaused the game. I was like, why is it not going yet? Well, you know. I'm very curious to see how effective this thing's going to be. Not bad. It's gotten a lot taller than it was previously. Oh shit, there actually is a goblin in here still. Let's go kill him. Okay, no, this actually is working very effectively. Because I haven't tested this since I rebuilt it. Yeah, no, great. Perfect. Look at that. Ain't that awesome? Hell yeah. Now, if you just want to complete the murder traption, that would just be pulling this lever. And then this all just goes whoosh. Yeah, no, like you said, you'd have to be mad to enter this reservoir. Absolutely mad. Speaking of mad, though, let's, re-engage this. And close this. Which is going to shut this sucker off. Let's make it stop like immediately once that closes. And then also it's going to start doing this. The wall man just made the sad-faced emoji texture? Really? I believe that you're probably not the only person who saw that. Now it's just a matter of waiting for them to pull the lever. Once they pull the lever, this is going to get very, very, very busy. What? Oh. Huh! I'm an idiot. Has no power. I have to do the combination slightly differently. Because in order to get the sucker started, I have to actually push it in this way. And do it a second time. To drain this. There you go. Now they can work. That's probably the one real fault with this setup. Although because there is no roof on it, it's not actually going to drown anything. It's just going to be a really effective way to dissuade an enemy. Well, it's just like all of the random Among Us trees. Like, there's a pretty... Like, I've seen a good number of trees shaped like Among Us stuff in Dwarf Fortress. Which is always kind of funny. It's like, oh, look, it's a random tower cap. And it's shaped like sus. Cool. Yeah, we'll leave you guys unready, but that's about it. And I also need to make this into fortified space as well. Which I need to make it narrow in order to do that properly. But, Treemungus, yes. Treemungus is sus. Based on the average tree kill count in Dwarf Fort, though, I would actually say they're pretty sus. Fish trash. Why are you not filling, Monsieur Trash? Theoretically, this should be filling. Stockpile 31. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Maybe there's just too many jobs. I get it. I get it. It's just too many jobs. Makes sense. All right, well, we're definitely going to need to fix these moods again because, in case you guys haven't noticed, shit's bad. Yeah. This is bad. Like, moods is bad. Like, moods is really, really bad right now. I'm actually just going to go over here because it's bad enough that I'm just going to make a dump zone. Right here. Literally right there. And I'm going to go to the stockpile screen, and I'm going to go to body parts and just fucking dump them. Get rid of them. Because I need to get stuff out of this stockpile quickly. But chat room, I need to grab lunch at some point. We've been streaming for 6.5 hours, so a good chunk of that has been dwarfs. And I want to play some Caves of Cud today. So moods are terrible. Sandwich. I'm cranky. I need a sandwich. And we have caves that need to be cutted. And also there's a giant bat in my fort. Unrelated to the other things. No! Just lost Zatan. God damn it. At least we got a free spear and a free shield out of it. That is one nice thing about the caves, is you do acquire shields way quicker than you would otherwise. Actually, I wonder. Why is my map not working? Okay, so this area is not in the burrow. That's why they're not dumping. The gamification of lying to your friends in Among Us is really weird to you. Have you never played, like, Mafia? It's a whole genre of board games that have been around forever. Like, it's nothing new. That's been around tabletop gaming and party gaming as long as I've played video games and games in general. Like, I used to play Mafia and shit when I was a little kid. That's for Darius, and that's for somebody else who doesn't have one yet. So I got injuries being tended to. Got some dwarves beginning to dump items. There we go. It was weird to you then, too? Fair enough, I get it. But it's an odd thing to be weirded out by, I'll put it that way. I'm not going to make the kids carry it. The kids do not do chores in this fort. That's not true. They clean and they pull levers, but that's it. If you want to make your kids haul the bodies, you can absolutely do that. But I don't like to play the game that way because it's not fun to have tantruming children in the fort. In fact, we already have some upset children, and I don't need more of them. I may actually have to use fountains for this fort because dwarves are starting to get rather upset with things. But that'll be tomorrow's... Well, actually, no, not tomorrow. That'll be next week's project, probably. Because tomorrow we're playing Songs of Six all day. Set both of these to off-duty. Take you off of training. Make you more efficient. So many random fucking teeth, let me tell you. All right, chat. I think that's it for Dwarfs for the day. If you're sticking around, I greatly appreciate that. We're going to go play some Sandbox Caves of Cud with no story spoilers. But if you are going to peace out, just for the VODs, I would like to state that it's now's a good time to say...
Woohoo!
Bye, YouTube. Although, YouTube, don't freak out. Because the stream is intending. I'm just going to sit on the main menu for a minute while I go acquire Sandwich, and then we'll set up Caves of Cud. And also, if you'd like to find VODs, those can be found over at youtube.com/blindextras. I will be right back with Sandwich. Before you ask, it's boring. It's literally cheese, mustard, and lettuce. I'm kind of out of groceries right now.
Cheese for everyone!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
You fucking donkey!